This land is calling.
Just trust me, okay? We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is MSC right this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys! This symbol, it matches the QB frequency. I think we're getting close. You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
Oh, 8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances. We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. LaFell's MSC 2025 Fury Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this.
What's that?
Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds! Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team? They claimed it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! Now we can solidify the format before they even get here. Let's go! Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, you smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else.
LaFell!
From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh,
We can still fix the format.
thank goodness I'm not with you this time. Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no!
Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage, 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup? Or they could just fight a tougher team just to flex?
The real question is, which team gets to choose first?
Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wildcards to glory.
Yes!
Water, running as fast as you can. Slow down, can't keep up. Don't think I have any more left out there.
We started the MSC wildcards here with 8 teams from around the world, giving them another shot to prove what they've got. And after 3 days of competitive play, we finally come to this point, the grand finals, where EECA's Virtus Pro and the Chinese Rare Atom go at a crossroads to prove who deserves to walk away today with the final key to this year's MSC. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MSC Wildcards here at EWC 2025, live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, with me, Eterna, as your desk host once again. But alongside me is none other than Leo as well as Gideon. So let's bring the boys here. Coming into the final day of the Wildcards, is this what you guys expected?
It's rare that every atom in my body has a true outcome that I believe will happen. But I'm a man of virtue, and we're all professionals here. And the days that have led to this competition to crown a champion shows to me that these two are equally matched. I cannot put a finger on it exactly why, but you ask me if I have a prediction, I don't.
You don't have a prediction?
I don't. I can't tell you.
Even after 8 teams, 2 groups of 4 teams in a GSL, and only the top 4 make it through in best of 3s to finally come into a best of 5, I think that these teams have shown enough to get this far. But personally for me, I feel there's one that is a cut above the rest.
I agree.
Virtus Pro. I mean,
I agree.
I gotta say it out now. This team is looking to win out the wild card prize pool, man.
It's a difference between $50,000 guaranteed and 41 right now. That is the cut. That is where the red line is drawn. And of course, not to mention their own key.
They're very close. They're very close.
They're super close, but at the same time, I'm looking down there and it looks beautiful. And that's just a passport to get to the bigger trophy.
Absolutely. And we are going to take a look once again at the trophy system here at EWC, because whoever walks out today with that key will get closer and closer to holding that trophy in their hands. So let's take a look.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
These boys are inching closer and closer to finally get a whiff of their own, of that victory taste maybe that we could be seeing. But remember, the wild cards are just the beginning of their journey. It's still a wild road ahead of them. And of course, guys, imagine that, right? Having your trophy, having your pick of the fray to put in yours as well, embedded as just, what would you call that? A bragging right? It's more than that. It's
a keepsake.
It's a keepsake. I like that word.
Well, I would say it's more closer to an effigy to a certain degree, man. I mean, after seeing Malaysia win it the very first time and taking 3 of their best competitors alongside with them, it's a mark, it's a legacy, some may say.
One of which was Onyx, I believe. Don't like to remember that.
Falcons AP Brent.
Still remember.
Who was the third one?
TL?
Ah.
If I remember correctly, it should be TL. I remember 2 Filipino teams, 1 Indonesian team. But hey, you know, that's besides the point right now. We need to see whether or not one of these 2 teams can actually earn their first qualification spot. Because keep in mind, both of these teams are from regions who have never had 2 representatives go to the main event.
I agree. It's something new, especially for Rare Atom. I got a little talk with one of the Munfan, regions from China, and she mentioned that they had a little bit of a talk with Rare Atom.
Ooh, what did he say?
They're nervous.
Nervous?
They're nervous because technically this is their first international stage. So they know what's ahead of them. They're nervous and excited at the same time. But I would agree, right? I would completely understand the nerves coming onto the stage, realizing you're this close to going to the MSC group stage.
Fair enough. It's only been about 18 months since the Chinese have joined the MLBB esports ecosystem en masse. And Rare Atom are just, the 4th big name out of China to represent them. First, we had KBG, we had DFYG, we had Tidal Legends, and then now we have Rare Atom.
Yeah, and I think, China, the Chinese region is interesting because every single time they decide to, utilize their resources to go into an esports title, it doesn't take that much time before they start reaching the top echelon and become namestays within that space.
Chinese excellence.
And in Rare Atom's case in particular, I find this kind of poetic because coming into their first match of the MSC wildcards, they were coined as the challengers against the home ground heroes, the Falcons. And once again, I think in this particular grand finals, it's a little bit of that same taste, right? They're challenging what everyone would agree, most would agree to be the contender, the main contender to walk away with that final key, which is Virtus Pro. Comes first full circle.
It does come full circle, but there's a lot of I don't want to say outside factors, but the meta has been rather interesting. It's a bit of a polish of how well your team is able to execute while still having the foresight and understanding of what the meta demands of them right now.
And if we're going to be looking back at how Virtus Pro ran through their groups, ran through the crossover, they might be the best example of excellence when it comes to execution. Their drafts are relatively tight. They're still quite experimental. Again, this plays to their background as a team that played in a brave draft atmosphere, that environment they had in the MCC and the ECA. But you watch them how they play. You look at their game times. They're relatively tight in comparison, on average, compared to their opponents now in Rare Atom. So Is this going to be the name of that matchup? Is it the preparation and the how do you say the mental of Rare Atom versus just the physical and the execution of Virtus Pro?
That's a really good point here, because personally for me, when I look at Rare Atom, one of their biggest strong points is, yes, they have Indonesian representatives, but at the same time, these guys are very well prepared. Let's look at the way that Rare Atom plays, right? In terms of execution, it's not pitch perfect, right? But it doesn't necessarily need to be when you have imports who have that eye for opportunity and the correct tools against a crumbling composition.
And on the flip side here, we're looking at a team in Rare Atom with the way that they have been playing. What do you think is something that we should be looking towards in this matchup against Virtus Pro?
The overextension that comes from biting onto Don's traps, and of course Lanaya's tendencies to punish once that does happen. So interesting how it's the Indonesian connection within the squad that allows for this. And then the very specific way that Cat9 and Mikey ramp up to a power spike uncontrollable. I think those are what Virtus Pro should be watching out for.
I mean, let's compare Virtus Pro then, because in their games, we've already mentioned about their team fight excellency, but there's also the in-game IQ, the game sense, and the battle smarts. The item builds that are coming out of them from every angle and aspect of this game, it feels like they are well put together in a composition whereby, hey, you've got Shen Lin from the side of the Mongols trying to do something crazy with his Diggy. Guess what? We're going to switch our Phoveus build. We're not going to go Thunderbelt. Bad caught. We want you to be that frontline carry. Give me that War Axe and I'll show magic.
And that's what makes this matchup all that more scary, right? Because everything that you mentioned is definitely something that we are going to be looking at from the side of Virtus Pro, and whether or not Rare Atom are actually equipped with that kind of in-game knowledge as well as adaptability on the fly. Because it's one thing to know outside of the game, it's another to decide, all right, this is the right moment to use it here, this is the right moment to strike. Because when you're caught and you're in the zone, decisions can be awry.
I love that you brought up about adaptation. I'm curious about your opinion on this. Who do you think is going to adapt better? Because I'm leaning just a little bit when it comes down to draft specific, Rare Atom to be the victor in that department.
The meta has slowly shifted towards a more predictable pattern. We know now how important Uranus are, Baksha, Kalia, Farsa, Kimi. Like these are big names that both teams will want to get their hands on. So if Rare Atom are able to put Virtus Pro into a position where they can't draft for initiative, they can't draft to be the first responders, then definitely Rare Atom will have the advantage there. They'll have the high ground, so to say. But as it is, Virtus Pro, I don't think we've seen the bottom of that pool yet. I think they've got a lot packed in the tank. So good luck for Rare Atom to try to out-prepare them in that sense.
It makes sense because in MCC, it's a global ban system.
Yep.
So that's why the hero pool goes so deep. So it's a little bit more on Rare Atom in this particular case because you mentioned the Baxias, and I think that's especially true for Rare Atom because of Cat9's hero pool. It's still something of a weakness, I would believe, that can be utilized by Virtus Pro here. The fact that he's only been able to perform well on the Baxia and the Hylos. He's picked up the Arlet, but he hasn't had the same impact when he's on heroes that he's comfortable on.
Hey, if we're talking about impact here, and now that we have Virtus Pro walking up to the stage with Real Solo, otherwise known as Fly Solo, with his notebook in hand, it looks like they've done their homework, right? I don't know how nervous they actually are, but I got to talk about some of the key playmakers, if not stable people on the side of Virtus Pro. Number one, I mean, the internet has been going wild all for Pluto. They just can't get enough of this guy. And let me tell you, he's quite a funny guy in game. He's a little disrespectful, of course. He wants to get underneath your skin. But the one that stands out to me is Bober, especially on that Kimi.
Bober.
What about Andoryu?
Andoryu? It's tough, right? Because Andoryu has been such a stable independent, but he's also the nightmare.
And Andoryu can do no wrong. You look at every single game that they've played, he will struggle. He struggled literally once. But that aside, he's never down. So he is a linchpin of the squad, and it would be a mistake, I think, for Rare Atom to try and attack him in-game and in the draft. We've seen what happens when you try to attack Andoryu's hero pool. That's an exercise in vain.
Well, I don't know, because Lanaya has done a lot of work for the team. He's received so many bans from so many different teams. Same argument can be made about Andorio as well, right? They've been pinched before, but the rest of the team really steps up in those tight moments.
And it's funny, right? Because if we're comparing the hero pool of both these junglers, they're actually quite similar. The only distinguishing hero that we're seeing from the side of Andorio is that Uranus in the jungle. Might we be seeing it in this match?
No,
I hope not.
because Uranus is just banned. Always, since day 2, there's a 95% chance that Uranus gets banned. So don't even think of him going to the jungle when you can't get him in the EXP.
Well, I think this is a good time to actually bring up about priorities when coming into this particular draft, right? It's probably going to change because it is a best of 5, to be fair. So first and second games, we should be expecting very slight adjustments before we see the bigger ones. Number 1, Uranus, as you mentioned, going to get axed out very quickly. Boxia is a big question mark. Kimi Farsa is also really interesting, right? Because if Boxia is banned out, usually the Kimi gets let through, and then we've seen Farsa do so much damage from far. It has been the prime mid laner for a lot of wildcard teams.
Here's the thing. These are two teams that have come with a 3MM meta or strategy. So I think maybe Kimi might be a deciding factor of how the rest of the drafting phase goes, because usually they rock the YSS, the Kimi, and then some other form of gold lane.
Yeah, those are the two heroes that are necessary to make triple marksman work. We did see Influence Rage go for the Hail Mary and try to reintroduce Roger as a substitute to the Isenshin. Didn't work out. So yeah, no, watch out for Isenshin, watch out for Kimi. And I think one more hero that we should consider is the Kalia. Virtus Pro, in 2 of the 3 series that they played, they banned Kalia. Suddenly, when they faced the Mongols, they let Kalia go. So that's a question mark, because you could say the same for Rare Atom. They always ban Kalia, but sometimes, for some reason, they just let it through.
But boys, it looks like the time is now, and we are ready to get into our first game of the grand finals here at the Wildcards, best of 5. So everything is on the line. Endurance will be put to the test. Leo, Gideon, take it away.
Indeed we will. Welcome to the Best of 5 Championship, the finals in the wild card of the Midseason Cup 2025. Virtus Pro on the play, Rare Atom going for the double. There goes the 1-1 and the Baksha, while Rare Atom bans out the Farsa. Kimi's still at large.
Kimi is still at large, but all of the picks that we've been talking about are already started to get, axed out very early on in this draft. Farsa being one of them, Boxia being one of them. We didn't get to really touch on the Wanwan, because again, when you're comparing both gold laners, as much as the mid lane has such a tight hero pool, I feel like both Super Gorka alongside with Mikey are very well positioned for the meta. Irithel's something that Mikey has shown that he's very proficient in. Both are decent at Granger as well, and I don't think that the gold lane is going to get pinched on too hard unless we see some of the bigger signals like, oh, we're banning an early Moskov. That means they want to show off an assassin.
Hey, there's one hero that you're not mentioning that might be a definite priority for Dawn or Badcott, the Phoveus.
The Phoveus. Here's the thing, right? This is really interesting because as situational, some may say he's situational, some may say he's a little too good, but at the same time,
I think he's
right,
a ladder.
I'm going to agree with you on this one. I do agree that he is part of the ladder. The Uranus does get banned out in this particular case, but the Lucas has been especially interesting when I look at Dawn play, because I feel like Lucas technically shouldn't be in the position, find much success in the current meta. But the fact that he has Flicker, the fact that some teams group up a little too close together, I feel like Dawn, he's got inflated stats on this Lucas.
The one win and the one game that they played the Lucas, it was meant to make prey out of the Uranus, and it did. But now the Uranus is banned, I'm not so sure if Rare Atom is going to be prioritizing that just yet. First up, Virtus Pro picking the Kimi. The answer by Rare Atom could be any of the following: a Fredrin, a Zetian, since mid lane might get a little choky here. You can save Zetian for Red 3. You can also prioritize the likes of... is it just me or is Gatot getting so much more prioritized now?
I think that Gatot usually coming on in as a direct answer to, hey, you feathered airstrike. If you do get Kalia, we have an immediate way to kind of respond to, even if you aren't standing next to the victim, right? Now, as you mentioned, Zetian gets locked in, but at the same time, Rare Atom, they decide, you know what? We're going to go for the Lancelot. They didn't want to go for the deny pick Fredrin. They are expecting the Fredrin coming up for the side of VP.
Yep. They're allowing Andoryu to go ahead and pick it here. Blue 2 and 3. what else do they have to pick here? Since they do see the Lancelot, I wonder if Virtus.pro are floating the idea of either the Phoveus or the Hilda here this early on.
Ooh, an early Hilda. This could be dangerous, right? Because again, the EXP matchup has been such a pivotal point for either one of these teams. Badcott has had some really good games. Dawn has some devastating games. And even when we see it, they're going to completely avoid the Fredrin entirely. They're going to go assassin per assassin, Hayabusa alongside with having this Phoveus. Do we see a CC here, or are they just going to play for their comp?
Rare Atom could also just throw in the Esmeralda here and play a blind second phase. If you do that, then you all the more make Virtus.pro questions like, all right, they locked in, they answered our picks roll per roll. What do we do now? This is very rare. This does not happen in the current meta at all. Usually you see one roll kind of swerve out. I'm worried about the gold laners. What's left? Moskov, the Granger Irithel trade, the Harith,
Bruno as well.
Bruno is safe. Carry as well, sitting at 100%, especially since the Hylas got picked now. So Rare Atom, this is definitely a Cat 9 pick. Like, this has Cat 9 written all over it.
Well, let's not count it out just yet, because again, it's a pretty flexible option. Dawn can still pick it up to try and get some dominance, assuming that real solo, some dominance, right? Because again, in the earlier stages of the game, Hylos does an obscene amount of damage in the laning phase, especially when you're playing Phoveus. We've seen many times throughout Southeast Asia as a potential answer to that laning phase while still providing a lot of utility in those team fights. But now we go into the second part of the ban phase, right? We see the Cho from the side of Rare Atom. I want to see whether VP is considering a couple of counter pick options to ban out, like the CC.
Yeah, Rare Atom has banned the Cho in about 60-70% of their games in all of the wildcards. Virtus.pro, they're the ones who don't want the Hilda. Again, they could have floated it, switched between that or the Phoveus. So they want to protect Andoryu in case Dawn wants to get a little cheeky and invade early on. Rare Atom, what else did they choke out? Choices for Pluto. Pluto previously played an Arlet, a Gatot Kacha. He's also played a Florin and a Minotaur. Man's played half a dozen heroes in the wild card.
He has played half a dozen heroes, and I think so far the big issue is, okay, Pluto must work with Bober in mid lane, get that early dominance, and maybe look to make that early plays that we've seen them do so many times within the wild cards. Clear up that mid lane fast, quickly invade towards the strong side of the map, and maybe alleviate some pressure from either EXP or gold, depending on who has the winning lane. Arlet, very good ban from Rare Atom.
That's one of the heroes that Pluto has shown off. Won with it twice. The final ban for Virtus.pro, Coach Solo. All right, I guess this is just as clear a ban because you never know. And Lucas is good against the Phoveus, especially when people clump up. And when the Phoveus jumps into team fights, you leave that backline open because Phoveus is already in too deep. Dawn can punish hard. That's what Coach Fly Solo here, that's what Virtus.pro are reading into. They agree. We got to ban Lucas. And there's the carry. Still sitting at 100%.
They want an answer to this Phoveus, assuming, making a hard read that VP wants to get another tank.
Mind you, Rare Atom has yet to play a carry. They know in practice what it does. We've seen it win 3 times already in the wild card. But here's what's interesting, Gideon. They've banned it a record twice. So if they could have attacked the carry, but no, they picked it for themselves. Now this opens up Virtus.pro to get the Gatot Kacha, and of course, wow, how often does this happen? A late Zushin.
The Zushin came in very, very late. I think Rare Atom was expecting it to come anyway. That's why they were already looking for things like Lancelot and as well as Tien.
Hey, Swerve, is this the first Kimmy gold lane we've seen all wildcard long?
Oh, you're actually right. Yeah. Now that I think about it, you're absolutely right. Kimmy finally utilized as a flex pick for the first time within this wild card to kick things off for our very first game in this best of 5.
Okay, I don't know how to feel about this. Again, I'm just theory crafting on the fly while we wait for Rare Atom's 5th pick. There's a lot of damage we're expecting from Badcott. That much is true. I don't think Andoryu can carry the brunt of all of this by himself. Now Rare Atom locks in that Esmeralda, Dawn's signature Esmeralda, played a record 3 times, won every single time in the run here in the wild card. So some some habits just don't die.
I mean,
this is who they are.
This is truly who they are. I mean, the matchup is going to be interesting. I would like to see how the EXPs is going to play this out because, again, a lot is riding onto them, not being an anchor, but still to try and put a wedge between the team fights.
Ladies and gentlemen, the drafts have been locked in. Locks have been drafted. This is a best of 5, so best believe we're in for a long one. We have never seen a Virtus Pro lock horns with Rare Atom. Yes, there was a crossover, but not between these two teams, not between these two wildcard hopefuls looking to make it into the group stage of the mid-season cup. Welcome to game number 1.
What a way to introduce our top 2 teams from the wild cards to really show what this matchup is all about in a best of 5 to make up for the lost time of not being able to battle it out. Early on, Cat9 is going to get chunked out, especially when Bober is making sure that Cat9 is forcing out his Revitalize so early on in the game.
Bobber. Here you're saying, right? Hylos can deal a disgusting amount of damage, oddly enough, from a tank early on. What a way to counter it, then by exposing it to so much magic damage. Oh my lord, Lanaya put down a half health.
No
Haufu
surprises.
answers back. This is fine. Pluto's gonna recover. Pluto's going to regenerate off of random targets, skill vamping away. Now, looking at the emblems, how do you build gold lane Kimmy? This is pretty similar to just normal Kimmy.
Well, it is. It's extremely similar in a matter of
mid-Kimmy.
fact. And I think that the only thing that Super Gorka has to be aware of is when Mikey hits level 4, right? Keep in mind that this is still Master Assassin. If Mikey can catch him off when his passive is down, he can get an immaculate trade against him. He's running the flicker, and same goes for Super Gorka. But now we see first fight actually breaking out here, and Doryu gets locked down, quickly takes a quad shatter out of there as Pluto, and as well as Bober picks up 2.
Whoa!
That's it! Pluto finds it with the help of his passive. Now that Dawn is here, he's looking for a trade back, and he should find Pluto just in time, but here comes Endoryu as well. Can they chunk him out enough? Vengeance already popped. Oki Shadow Kills coming through, and there we have it. They found one, and he might even get another, forcing out the Revitalize out of Cat9. Endoryu backs away. I'm sorry, Mr. Horse. I'll take a step back.
Multiple decisions Andoryu needed to make. Took the long way around to have extra cooldowns on his shurikens, but he was put down to an inch of his health. So did not want to push the issue there. This does put Virtus Pro about 1,000 up. They're 1 kill ahead of Rare Atom as the turtle spawns. No one from the Chinese squad close to the neutral objective just yet. This looks like a clear take for VP.
It should be pretty easy for them, right? Virtus Pro, full control over what they wanted in the map. They've traded well, they've traded up, and now 1,300 gold ahead of their opponents. Where are they going to start bleeding that pressure, right? Because Pluto and Bober, they've done these early engages before. They've invaded the enemy jungle. They have a rough idea where Lanaya is going to be, and it looks like they want to apply that pressure towards the gold lane.
All right, finally we get some action in the gold. XP lane has been moving around. It's really a race of who can get out first. Dawn got 2 on him. Lanaya to the rescue.
Oh, they're trying with Phantom Execution, forcing back caught the flicker out of the way. That's a battle spell down for the side of Virtus Pro. No resources being expanded for the side of Rare Atom. Keep in mind, I mean, the Phantom Execution, pretty short cooldown in retrospect compared to the Oki Shadow Kill.
1,500 gold between these two squads. Now just about 1,000. Rare Atom making good moves. Again, they feinted the weakness up top, allowed for the failed rotation down bottom. Again, forced that flicker away from Bad Caught. It will be out of commission even until the second turtle, so Rare Atom might go ahead and try to contest. Trying to steal away this small camp from Lanaya. Lanaya sitting at level 6. Still at equilibrium with Andoryu. Like, this is not stopping his farming pattern just yet.
Rare Atom's composition allows them to play off of a really big snowball, but at the same time have some pretty decent scaling at the end of the day. So whether they are ahead or behind, Rare Atom, they've got all of those roles covered. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, do they scale as well? I mean, Super Gorka can deal some damage, but he's really dependent on everybody else to do well. Bobber, Bad Caught, on top of Endoryu, and I would say especially Endoryu.
Interesting choice for a first item, Super Gorka, building the concentrated energy. So I'd reckon he knows he's in for a fight early. Maybe after this first turtle, second turtle, I think he'd want to be part of it. This is where it spawns. Upper quarter. Cat9 sandwiched by 3.
Now they're going to get right on top of Cat 9. He's going to get picked up, pulled back in. The passive from Super Gorka still active here. He can maintain the energy charge with the help of the turtle. And this is honestly really good for Virtus Pro, right? Rare Atom need to respect Super Gorka because Kimmy is so deadly early on. They're going to take it slow. Pluto holding on his taunt. Glorious Pathway comes out for the side of Cat 9. Then drops her, all catches all three. And now Dawn with the AOG in the back to slow them down. Powerful. He needs to run. Lanaya as well. They make it out of there. Super Gorka finds one in Cat 9. And Dawn is left to dry. The Vengeance is good, but is it good enough with the help of the damage of Powerful? Dawn gets knocked back. Caught takes the kill.
Way too much sustainable damage. Whether it be through skills or right clicks, Virtus Pro convert through the roof, taking down that mid tier 1, a main artery, making narrow even more Rare Atom's window to farm. Suddenly they're up by almost 3,000 gold, and a good chunk of that is, believe it or not, on Bober. Bober, what is this guy made of?
He's made of steel so far. In the meantime, it looked like Lanaya wanted to chunk out Pluto, but again, the early game from Virtus Pro is just so much better than Rare Atom, right? Everybody from Gothard all the way to this Kimmy, early to mid game, you just don't have the base damage to compete with these type of heroes.
Super Gorka picking up his Sky Piercer. Pluto now on that Thunderbelt. Wow. This is a very good position for Virtus Pro. They can keep pushing the advantage, giving Rare Atom not the easiest time at all in farming, because the fact that you see Pluto, and the only way you can tell if it's a real engagement is via an ult from Powerful, that makes it very difficult for Rare Atom. That makes you question if it's safe for Mikey to farm. And that's one of their main ways to make it through the mid to the late game. At least Mikey can scale up. Cat 9 dropping the Glorious Pathway here.
Oh, they're even dropping everything. The trigger has been fooled. Now with the AOG to try and disengage Cat 9 as well as Dawn are in a lot of trouble. The damage is just not there as Super Gorka untouched and doesn't have to worry about anything. But here comes Andori who finds it. Isolation and taken out by Bad Caught. Virtus Pro deny Rare Atom.
Again, it's a understanding of who's the beatdown. I think Rare Atom misread the situation, saying, hey, look, there's an isolated 2 or 3 from Virtus Pro. Let's do it. Fury of the Phoenix. Oh, wait, there's 4 more coming. And then Andoryu from the flank. And instead, they lost out. Not just on bodies, but even the turret, plus the turtle. Everything is going Virtus Pro's way. And Andoryu, he's feeling himself, picks up a Sky Piercer.
That's how you know that they are that far ahead. They've already developed a 5K lead in the back pocket, right? An insurance policy. Dawn, he is not scaling as well as he wants to, especially with the snowball developing further and further for Virtus Pro. Pluto, he's going to take his time here. I think Rare Atom, it's a problem now that Super Gorka has been unlocked from his lane. With all the T1s missing, we can see that Lanaya is trying to split push on the opposite side to at least fight back for the economy.
And this is an effort to let Mikey farm. Give resources to Mikey. He's your only real out. I think the whole Dawn gambit is out the window. Super Gorka left his lane 2 minutes too early. Virtus Pro are playing in the late game now, even before the 8-minute mark. So with that, the lead has grown up to 5,000. Mikey just built his golden staff. And here's the thing. I think Rare Atom are struggling to get Mikey into position to matter. Cat 9 is just too soft. Dawn is too soft. The Vengeance only has so much cooldown. Oh, Shadow Kill!
I mean, the Shadow Kill is almost good. RNG not in favor. It's going to be Lanaya who gets out, but they did have to use Cat 9's Revitalize to just for some kind of guarantee here. Based on what we were seeing from the items, I do notice that Lanaya actually going for the Malefic Roar. Super Gorka, what a hefty purchase here. Holy Crystal already completed. He is going to be cutting through the members of Rare Atom.
And this is a blessing that Matt. Oh, Andoryu gets caught underneath the Glorious Pathway.
Forcing out the Quad Shadows. Mikey here should be able to secure this kill. No problem. Nicely played. Rare Atom find one, but the T2 down by mid-side is going to collapse under the pressure of Virtus Pro. This is how they've been playing, right? They can play that 4-and-1 style that we were, well, I would say we were expecting from early on into the wildcards, but only deployed now.
And that was, one could argue, a way for them to push mid-tier 2, but they could have taken their time. Now Rare Atom has the numbers advantage.
They're going to try. They're forcing the scenario here. Pluto and as well as Backcall, who, again, just too strong with the lead that Super Gorka has. That Vengeance is only going to buy you 3 seconds worth of time. You're going to get melted down.
So apparently the numbers advantage equals to 5,000 gold. A single hero is 5,000 gold. Rare Adam could not push the advantage. I could have sworn they were looking at Virtus Pro. Oh, there's only 4 of you. There's no way without Andoryu will you take this fight. Virtus Pro says, nah. They push him out of the Lord Pit, send them back to their only lane that has a tier 2 up top, and now Rare Adam has no choice but to ube. They are sticking to each other, clumping up, allowing Virtus Pro to score a Lord uncontested.
Let's see how Virtus Pro is going to try and close this game out. Because again, a big problem we've seen for a lot of wildcards teams is when you have a lead, how do you convert that into a game-winning scenario? How do you break the base?
And there's but one time Virtus Pro struggled to do that against Influence Rage. That is their game 3. In that best-of-3 series, took them about 19 and a half minutes. Now we're looking about halfway that. 10 minutes in, Holy Defense is still standing. Badcott waiting to get the signal to jump in. No one yet under the spell of Bober. And they pop the Holy Defenses.
All right, popping the Holy Defenses. That's a good start here. We're past the 10-minute mark. And I saw the items. Holy cow, Super Gorka already has 4 items complete. A Sky Piercer being one of them, and even a Divine Glaive. So even your Radiant Armor won't mean anything. Traction Pulse, AOG comes out through, catches 2, however, forcing us with the Fury of the Phoenix, guarantees 1 of the frontliners. Falling Star Move catches onto 3. Lanaya quickly with Thorn Rose gets on out of there. He gets pulled back, still able to dash out. No, Bobber catches him. Sky Piercer active. Mikey takes Badcott. Mikey is looking for more. Super Gorka takes them out. Another inhibitor will collapse.
2 for 2, a little messy. I'd reckon Virtus Pro is reading the room and saying, oh, we might overextend. Cat9 still alive.
Oh, no, Andoryu is forced to take the shadow back. Mikey makes the play with the help of Cat9.
Rope-a-dope. Rare Adam used the high ground to their advantage and got a kill onto Andoryu. Again, I think it was more beneficial to take down Badcott. There was at least some bounty on him. But to slow down Andoryu's snowballing, that is also key. He is up 2 levels on Lanaya. I wouldn't even dare to think how much gold is between them. They're still looking at about a 6,000, 5,000 gold lead. Damage dealt, though. Look at Don.
Excuse me?
It's costing him a lot, though. This is off of the back of his constant dancing around and constant use of vengeance.
I agree, but at the same time, well, it's rather shocking that he's almost 10,000, like 9,000 ahead in terms of raw damage.
But he does also top the rankings in damage taken. It's a matter of quality, quantity versus quality. Now Cat9 dropping the Glorious Pathway, all in an effort to just help keep the purple on their side.
And Virtus Pro, they understand, as long as we don't interact with you, we take away your economic, we maintain our economic advantage by ensuring that you starve in your own jungle and put yourself in dangerous positions by walking out to the waves.
Like a medieval castle siege. Time is on our side as long as you're not getting resources. Rare Adam, despite the win in the bottom lane, despite the punish, are still struggling, still going around the map as a 5-man coalition. In comes the AOG!
Powerful, getting hit and taunted as well. Traction Pulse doesn't connect on anybody, but here comes the Fury of the Phoenix to slow down Cat9 as he drops down the Glorious Pathway, but the back line is already dead. Super Igorka is going to take him out one by one, but that vengeance is costing him, Mike just cost him his life. A double kill already, but it's just too late. A triple and a double for Super Igorka and Andoryu as they look to close out game 1.
Clean wipeout by Virtus Pro, first to the board in a best of 5, 1-0.
Woo, what a way to start the day here. All right, Virtus Pro, they knew that they had the lead. They pressed the advantage, and they ensured that they played the siege perfectly, cracking down on the Holy Defense, ensuring that they get inhibitor turrets early on. And then Rare Adam, the ball's in your court. How do you want to play this?
It's clear that Virtus Pro speak one language, the language of good MLBB. And there was the word on the grapevine that, hey, introducing a Pluto mid-season MCC, introducing Andoryu pre-MSC wildcards will be a problem. I haven't seen it at all. Not once. They've always been on the same page. And I think that's what Rare Adam will be contesting all throughout. The fact that this is a one-minded squad, whether they're ahead or they're behind, and that's why it's so easy for them to finish games.
And I love the first impression that Virtus Pro has put in the draft, right? Because Rare Adam, they come in with the homework thinking, all right, we're willing to give up a couple of these picks, not expecting, hey, we just got less proactive heroes, right? Dawn and as well as Mikey are 2 side laners, none of them having a somewhat winning lane. And I think worse yet for Dawn, having to not only participate in these fights early on, but unable to control bad caught in that lane while Mikey is getting pelted by Super Rigorka. It's just, it's a net negative.
And that's the bottom line. They literally just lost the map. It started in mid, and then eventually went to the EXP lane. It was so much easier for Badcott to leave and do whatever. And then, again, it just comes to logic that Mikey will also find it hard to perform. And I mean, yes, he has a decent KDA, right? Especially for a losing game. But he really didn't do much. Like, those kills were only bought by his team when they really put all the resources to get him.
Yeah, and I think that at this point, Rare Adam have to go back to the drawing board. Hey, we need more proactive picks for our side laners. We need to have something that's able to kind of control that mid lane and more so help us kind of give an idea of where this Kimmy is going, or simple solution, ban out the Kimmy.
Eterna, another impressive showing by Virtus Pro. And I did say I could not predict, but I can't deny the charm that this squad has. Their excellence, their preparation, their flex. Again, first Kimmy Gold.
And we thought it wouldn't work, right? We were discussing about this even from the first day of the wildcards. And then we're thinking maybe Kimmy would be a better pick into the mid lane. But then they saw the matchup. They saw the carry being put into the gold lane, into the hands of Mikey, and they're like, you know what, let's take a shot. Kimmy has better range. She comes online a lot faster as well. And the fact that the Kimmy was already so active around the map just really did not help Mikey. And talking about the gold laners, now, this is where things get kind of interesting because there was an interview that was done over to the side of Rare Adam, and Mikey, he mentioned that, you know, I'm confident in the gold lane, right? Yes, VP is a strong team, but Super Gorka is a mid gold laner.
Whoa. Like a gold laner in no.
No.
I think it means what I think it means. He said that?
He said that.
That's so on the nose, though. I mean, it just makes sense now why the Kimmy was able to be so flexible for him, why he was able to perform at such a high rate. It's not like he was uncomfortable at it at all. He was literally dominating the game.
Exactly. So, things are getting spicy up on stage. It might be a little bit personal coming in from Super Gorka.
Are you sure it wasn't a translation issue?
Look, we're getting the information as fast as everybody else here.
Mid gold laner?
Yeah.
Crazy. Oh my goodness. I mean, it explains a lot, but it just goes to show the flexibility of EECA and how their meta has allowed their players to develop mechanically.
And like, you think you know Virtus Pro. You think you know the picks that are going to come out. You think you know the way that they play. And then the Kimmy gold lane pops up. So who's to say that since this is the first game in the best of 5, that there aren't still other tricks that they have in their sleeve to prepare against Rare Adam?
And here's what's scary. They are 1 win away from match point.
Exactly.
Right?
Championship point.
Exactly. If they go 2-0, the onus is not on them anymore. The onus is on Rare Adam. Like, what else do they have left in the tank? Because you can't beat him in execution. How? Some sort of draft? Is there another Pocket Lunox?
That's a big question, and those questions will have to be answered during the break. Because before we get into game number 2 in this best of 5 between these two regions, we are going to throw it over. So we'll see you in a bit. Stay tuned.
This land is calling.
We're back, boys and girls, for game number 2 in the MSC Wildcards Grand Finals, where Virtus Pro from EECA was able to get their first point in this best of 5. And now the big question is, will Rare Atom, and how will Rare Atom come back from this? Boys and girls, we saw Rare Atom walking back up on the stage, and we heard some yells of motivation. And they have played from behind before, so it should be looking good for this team.
They actually started the whole wildcard run on a reverse sweep. So that set the tone for the rest of their journey to the group stage. So this is no strange situation for the Chinese squad.
They
It's
deserve an
also
award.
exactly. I was about to say it's no stranger for MLBB to get awards as well. So for those of you guys back at home, check this out because it's time to celebrate a decade of greatness at the Esports Awards. It looks like we are nominated for 3 awards. Imagine that, 3, not 1, not 2, but 3. Let me take a look just a second. Esports Game of the Decade, M5 World Championship for Esports Live Event of the Decade. The third is Moonton for Publisher of the Decade. So don't forget to show your support at the esportsawards.com/vote. Put it in right now.
Do it while you still can, because again, these games are only going to get more intense, and I think that the drafts are going to get a little bit faster once these teams get a good feel of each other, right? Game 1, Game 2, it's like testing the water. You know, litmus test, is it more alkaline, is it more acidic here? Do we get the blue? Do we get the red? Well, they'll figure it out as the game goes by.
Because of what happened in game 1, Carry and Hylos are no longer 100% win rate.
Oh,
Gutted in their stats.
ouch.
So the stats have become skewed because of how Virtus Pro flexed the Kimi and suddenly picked the Zushin. How do we not see the Zushin, man? Zushin is currently ruining, weirdly enough, teams that know how to play Zushin win with Zushin because she has a very mid win rate. Picked 13 times so far and only won 6. Including the last game.
So
sub 50%.
It's about 46, 47% win rate, closer to 46.
And I think it's fair because of the amount of times that it has been picked up.
And banned.
And banned.
Also true.
And I don't blame you guys because, again, we mentioned this before the break begun. We're like, Kimi, we see the Kimi, insta-mid.
That girl, though, Kimi has astronomically high numbers. The last game was her 15th game, and that puts her at 12 wins. Do the math, you're close to 81, 82%.
That's a fine win rate, sir. A fine win rate indeed. But it's a big problem that we are seeing right now in the metagame, right? Because, again, mid, as much as people are saying that it's not as diverse as it used to be, the power picks are really in the top echelon of the meta so far. So it's like you can't ignore it, but at the same time, we haven't seen a direct answer to it yet.
Yeah, that's why I'm so determined to think Rare Atom can win and beat Virtus Pro. Again, I'm call me a negative Ned, but I'm already putting myself in that position wherein we're at match point. What else does Rare Atom do? I want to see something else like a Lunox mid. Because that might be the one way that you catch Virtus Pro off guard.
Another pick that I'm thinking of, I mean, this is really digging into the backlogs of what could potentially turn things around. If they have plenty of projectiles, there is one hero that deflects it back at you, a Lolita. Ooh. I mean, we've seen teams use Gato as a means to extend their lead and also to disengage. Why not the Numenon Blast?
It's a triple marksman meta. Like, you're allowed to do that. Where is Lolita? You're right.
Okay, I understand the gravity and of course the value of a Lolita here, especially if we're talking particularly for heroes like the Lunox, but the fact of the matter is, the heroes that are very strong in the meta right now, do they not dash a lot? Will they get maximum value from the Numenon Blast? I mean, you guys go ahead and answer that as I'm going to throw it over once again to you boys for the drafting phase, game number 2.
First of all, we're men. Second, it's the same sides. Virtus Pro on blue, Rare Atom answering back. They get the double. Coach Fly Solo taking out the 1-1, the Baksha, and the Yisun Shin, while Rare Atom take out the Farsa, the Kalia, and I would reckon something like the Kimi here or the Zushin last, because Is it just me or is Uranus missing?
He is missing. I first would like to identify myself as a boy at heart. But even so, I do agree with you. I think that Uranus is a big question mark. I would say arguably, I feel like, hey, let's give it over to VP, assuming that is first pick. But there's the gamble of, where's the Kimmy? Now, Zushin finally gets banned, and now they open it up to VP. Because you can't get both of their priority picks at the same time, unless they've got a curveball ready to be thrown to kind of counter both of them.
And here's what's scary. VP now is wondering, do we first pick Uranus or do we first pick Kimmy? If we first pick Uranus, we give her the Kimmy, and then we give over the whatever, Esmeralda or the Lucas to take us down. But no, they're not going that way. They don't swing that way. They instead go for the Kimmy and give Rare Adam the onus of, okay, you pick the Uranus, because I think Virtus Pro might debut something else to answer said Uranus.
I'm all for it. I'm all for answers to this Uranus. Nobody likes this hero. Well, I'm making a generalization here. I got to keep my personal biases to myself. But I mean, Kimmy,
you don't like it?
I don't like it.
I don't like how slow he is, but I like him.
I think he's dog water. I just hate the kid. I hate everything about him. He just makes me mad. He just gets my blood boiling. But again, that's just pure personal opinion. He is decent in the meta. So far, we see as Kimmy comes out, the potential answer from the side of Rare Adam, hey, we tried the Lancelot. The iframes were decent. We were expecting to see that Lantern come out, but it's just not enough. How about let's just assassinate you right off the get-go?
Yep, already their eyes on whoever plays the Kimmy. They're sending Lanaya over to you. Whether it be Bober, whether it be Stupid Agorica, again, I'd argue an MVP performance in Game 1. Virtus Pro, again, they can still pick a Uranus here, a Uranus plus Uranus Fredrin? Oh, there it is!
Uranus of Fredrin. Truly, two big barricades.
They were not letting go of the Uranus. No way.
Blocks of cheeks to make sure that this Kimmy is going to stay ahead.
A metric ton minimum.
It's too heavy. I feel like, okay, right now, the damage profiling, right? A lot of magic doesn't, well, actually, it makes a little bit of sense here, right? Because there is a natural shred coming in from this Uranus, but that's assuming that the fight goes a little long. Rare Adam, on the other hand, it kind of feels like, based on the performance of Palfu on this Zutian, it's always a disengage mechanic, right? The fights don't go as long as they would like to. They're very dependent on Lanaya as well as Dawn to kind of go in, find that initial execute, get back out.
And here's why exactly Rare Adam first locks in the Esmeralda. I reckon they would not want to waste bans on the Angela, because looking at Virtus Pro, knowing what's possible in the metagame, I think Coach Flyzolo in the back of his mind saying, this is still very Angelable. So they would rather just have the answer in the Esmeralda and not ban the Angela.
And I think there's also one more argument to be made. As much as Angela could be the potential ban and pick it up for themselves, I think that they've got a lineup that's, again, very well designed to take on VP. The question right now is whether or not they're going to have some control in that gold lane, because that was a pretty tough matchup the last time, and VP was specifically targeting Mikey. Hey, you play a short-range hero? Perfect.
And they still are attacking Mikey in the second phase of bans. Virtus Pro takes away the Irithel. And I think Rare Adam are going to be forced to pick the Mikey hero right here, Red 4. They banned the Matilda, still no clear pick for Pluto. Pluto still has access to
so
his
much, actually.
Minotaur, his, again, an enchanter of some sorts. How dare I even say, it might be too feast or famine to Angela. I think a Florin works here.
Florin, we might even see a debut of a Rafaela, because it makes a lot of sense, right?
Estes too.
Estes as well. I would say Estes is, a bit on the lower end of the
slow,
spectrum
though.
for me.
Yeah,
mainly because everybody kind of wants to walk forward. This is more of, we fight here, we kind of move as a squad, we convoy together, but it's never really, I'm looking to steamroll over you. Yep. Rafa, on the other hand, can kind of allow you to do that, and it's actually really beneficial for both, well, actually, all three of the heroes we see from the side of VP.
That's right, and still waiting for whoever goes into gold lane. You never know. I think they really are just investing in the whole, are you going to Angela? Because if you are, then we're going to shred through that shield. The carry locked in once more. Giving it over to Mikey. Does he have a bone to pick? Is he just trying to just stand his ground? Is this an ego thing?
It could be he's looking at Super Gorka from across the room. It's just like, one more time. It's best of 3 right here, 1v1.
I said what I said.
I said what I said, sir. Now we go over to Virtus Pro. Let's see how they're going to round off their draft. Because again, the frontliners will eventually struggle against this carry. But then we're looking inside of Rare Atom. There's a decent amount of shred, a decent amount of peel. They're going to double down with another tank on top of a Moskov.
And suddenly, Mikey has a better combo in Cat 9. We've never seen Cat 9 play a Cho in the wild card. Here it is.
This one's a little wild.
There's only 2 solid kick targets. You want to kick the Moskov, you want to kick the Kimmy. Everyone else is like, it's gonna take a while.
Well, to be fair, if we're looking back at Mobile Legends history here, carry used to be a little more burst orientated when you have the items to do so. You kick the tank, you just pop your ult, shred that tank down, throw the light wheel on top of it, guarantee and turn it into a 4v5. But here's the problem. With 3 tanks, all of which having some, well, 2 of which having some pretty decent CC, they're looking to, hey, you kick one of us, doesn't matter. We just need to make sure that your marksman can't get in range.
That's what I'm saying. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2. Some beats similar to our opener, but an interesting adjustment by Rare Atom, putting a pick-off tank in the hands of Cat 9. Welcome to Virtus Pro versus Rare Atom. We're looking at a possible championship point for Virtus Pro. Let's see how the tempo changes with the hero like Hylos on Pluto.
Now, see, in the previous game, my biggest gripe was, sure, Cho is good, but you are on red side and you had 4th pick. You could have picked up Cho for yourselves, and I think this helps out the mid lane so very, very much. The biggest problem is you need somebody who not only has mobility, but is capable of also taking the concussive blast. The less time you interact with Bobber on this Kimmy, the better.
And it looks like Rare Atom know that. Instead of spending less time, they want to bear down on this mid duo from Virtus Pro. Technical knockout right now on Pluto, forcing the Revitalize, sending him home. Down bottom, we've known this matchup for too long. There's never enough time for them to leave the metagame, but here we are once again, the Esmeralda versus Uranus. Top lane, though, look at this, a duel, a gold lane duel.
Whoa. Super Gorka made a mistake, almost getting caught by the light wheel. That might have been a quick battle spell on top of it. Luckily, is still alive, doesn't lose out on his Purify, and even when we come down to the mid lane, the congestion, right? You can see everybody wants a little bit of both Bobber and as well as Powerful. If you can punish Cat 9, that's great for Virtus Pro, but Rare Atom, they don't really care about Pluto particularly. They want Bobber.
And Bobber is holding down the fort. He is staying underneath turret, hugging that thing, and he's trying to buy the mid game, trying to buy this first turtle timing for Virtus Pro. Pop in that vengeance already.
They need some help. Praises Rats already come through. Are we going to see a commitment for the full fight? Lanaya finds 1. Fury, the Phoenix looks good, and Doru, he's 1 HP. Cat 9, he's going to try and gets the kill, no problem. Back on, he needs to hold on. Traction Pulse doesn't connect onto Cat 9. Bobber tries to close the distance, but it's too late. Powerful, no passive. Lanaya misses out on that quad shadow, but it doesn't matter. He still has the shadow kill. Powerful flickers out, and Backon is going to get kicked the opposite direction. Saved by the bell. Pluto gets him. Fallen Star Moon does come up in time, and Lanaya takes the turtle. Things did not go well for Virtus Pro.
And this is what we were alluding to in the opening of today's broadcast. Rare Atom, one of the few ways they can win against Virtus Pro is if they make the EECA Grand Finalists overextend. If they give Virtus Pro a false sense of security, thinking that, hey, we can win this trade, keep going. Rare Atom punished Virtus Pro so hard. The fact that Pluto came in and forced something. I don't know what they were doing, wasting precious seconds trying to contest, trying to stop the inevitable. Lanaya walked away with so much. 1,500 now, 2 kills on Lanaya, and he's a full level ahead of Andoryu.
But it doesn't mean that Virtus Pro is completely out of game, right? A couple of kills to Lanaya, not the biggest of deal, but back on, he's starting to feel the pressure, right? Now that Don has an assist over him, despite dying, he was able to actually come back in time to catch the wave. But now we see Cat 9 as well as Mikey. No Way of the Dragon. Fury the Phoenix already coming out, and now this is a full-blown fight. Lanaya gets taunted just in time. Powerful takes out Pluto.
He had no Revitalize. It was about 7 or 8 seconds off of cooldown, and that's mid, I think. twice happened now in 3.5 minutes.
Oh, the kick's good, but again, the damage, it might not be there enough. And Doryu's so low, he's gone. Lanaya takes him out with the help of the Ogi shadow kill.
Virtus.pro can't put a beat on Rare Atom. They're just way too mobile. This is the price you pay for having a lineup that invested so much into frontliners. And one of your frontliners right now is just preoccupied. He's too busy dueling with another sandbagging hero. That's a dead lane down bottom. So that means if Rare Atom wins mid, nothing's happening down bottom. They got the turtle. They own the rest of the map. Virtus.pro now down about 2,000.
The big issue here, wait, hold on. Traction Pulse is going to pull down, but he's able to get the falling Star Moon animation off just in time. The issue is that Bobber must follow Andoryu around. He needs his frontliner to protect him. Wait, Glorious Pathway getting called here. Powerful, as well as Cat9 going to be visible on the map. Lanaya is going to take this out, but Cat9 finds the kick onto Pluto's side. Revitalize is already popped. Shadow Kill hasn't been popped as well. He goes into the backline, gets on top of Bobber, gets topped in by Andoryu. Great heal for the side of Virtus.pro. Bobber still alive. Appraiser's Wrath comes on to 2, but it's just not enough. Rare Atom is just going to mulch them. They have too much gold in the earlier stages, and now, just in time, as we see the plating collapse, they're going to take mid-tier 1. Oh, 1 HP. It's as good as gone.
They hold onto it, but for how long? Super Gorka pops the SOD with just enough time to save him. That took away precious gold, precious seconds that was free farm for Super Gorka. I would reckon they should have just kept Super Gorka elsewhere.
That's what I was thinking, right? Why do you need to participate in this particular fight right now?
Virtus.pro, 5 minutes in, seeing what Rare Atom has done to their lineup. And again, this is execution as well of the lineup that Rare Atom has done so much better than Virtus.pro. The ECA reps, they're just too honest. It's just so clear that we plan to put meat between you and the Moskov and the Kimi. And if you do anything to stop us from getting there, this is a non-starter.
Well, that and also Rare Atom also are making the best out of the scenario, right? They've adjusted very, very well. They're making sure that, hey, if we're going to get first rotation, we're going to guarantee some economical or at least experience damage on the opposite side. Look at Badcott. He's a full level down on your boy Dawn, who, again, is about to hit level 10, while Badcott just caught up to level 8.
And the rest of the map is crumbling. The first turret falls. Funnily enough, that's in the top lane where Mikey is. You don't want to see this when you're Virtus.pro. Oh my lord, Lanaya comes in, shadow kill!
It's good, but Andoryu, he's looking to peel for Bobber, forcing Lanaya to back off. That's going to be a big ultimate down, especially since the next turtle is about to spawn in the next 6 seconds.
Rare Atom, they're not attacking just Bobber. They're attacking the Kimi very specifically. No shadow kill, currently on Lanaya. Does ride Badcott into the turtle pit. Now at half health, Rare Atom bursting this turtle.
Oh, the Glorious Pathway is already coming up, forcing out the Fury of the Phoenix. Dawn is able to maintain his position as Mikey takes out Badcott. The kick seems to be good, but now they're going for the shadow kill. And now Andoryu with the Appraiser's Wrath is doing basically nothing. Mikey can tank the damage while still pumping it out against Virtus.pro. The punishment.
The carry is just too good. They got her out of that lane, got enough items on her, XP on her. Truth be told, it's mostly the kit. She only has 1 item. It's really just the corrosion side that's doing the work here. He just built that golden staff on his way to the Swift Trinity, and he's up by 1,500 gold. Super Gorka, we haven't seen him do nothing.
Yep, and it doesn't help the fact that as much as I want to deny your anti-heal, Mikey doesn't even have DHS. Not to mention that with the glowing wand, you do lose out on sustainability. Cat9, whoa, taking the second half of the way of the dragon. Pretty surprising. It looks like Dom with the falling Star Moon is going to get involved. Powerful is nearby. Mikey pops the light wheels and now takes out Andoryu. Glorious Pathway, too late. They see the blind side, but the damage has been done.
Over on the other side of the map, you see Badcott just working away at that tier 1 up top. Does get it done, mission accomplished, but at what cost? The bottom lane tier 2, the rest of the map. Virtus.pro, now their macro is being tested. They've been so good at team fighting. They've been so good at executing on a 1-to-1 basis. But what if those numbers don't favor you? What if you're not allowed to flex on your opponents on a favorable ground? Like, we haven't seen Virtus Pro do this in quite a while in the wild card.
Yep, and it just goes to show that the adjustments from Rare Atom are extremely effective, especially after winning out the first collision against Virtus Pro. Deny that mid-trio, make sure that Pluto isn't exactly in the best position to start peeling for your team, and now you can see that the side lanes are having a good time. We finally see the War Axe in the DHS. Trinity complete for Mikey. This is a huge problem for Virtus Pro.
Just about a single kill on Rare Atom, and it was on Dawn. Dawn is happy to be of service that way. He would any day throw himself at Virtus Pro. All this while, Cat9, what a revelation. It could be because of the nature of Virtus Pro's draft, but his kicks are so significant. His kicks are at least guaranteeing a kill per activation. Now the dance has begun. Rare Atom first to the scene, putting it at almost a half health. What's Dawn doing here? Pushing them back. Fury the Phoenix.
He's looking for a potential attack. He's looking for Cat Bobber. He gets hit. Mikey with the flank as well. Now Pluto's the next to fall. This entire fight collapsed before it even begun. 13-1. Might just turn to 14-1 if they catch Badcourt.
Badcott's out of here. He pops the Consecration just for good measure. Still has a Purify. Would be completely his fault if he died here. This is just damage control right now for Virtus Pro. This is the total opposite of Game 1, Gideon. This is a total disaster for Virtus Pro. This looks like a different team playing, I'll tell you now.
It is. Rare Atom stand their ground and tell Virtus Pro, we're not going to make it easy, and we're going to show you what dominance looks like. They're going to take their time, though. They were trying to sync up the waves. They've got top and bottom about to collapse at the same time.
Rare Atom are a full 10,000 gold ahead. Lord marching in mid. Holy defense is popped here. This is a confirmed penetration. Bottom and top are going to lose their holy defenses too, and Lord crashes in.
Yep, mid inhibitor now being threatened as the Glorious Pathway is going to get called. They need to clear this up. Super Gorka making sure that he's positioning well so the piercing might even hit some targets in the back. The wave clear is very nice from Virtus Pro. They maintain their inhibitors, but there's still the second wave. Cat9 trying to peel, shouldn't pose in the time. Oh wait, no, the Fury of the Phoenix hitting all 4 members are gonna go down. Mikey's able to take the inhibitor with the help of the Oki. Shadow kill. They're done for. Rare Atom 16-1 collapses 2 inhibitors and now are looking to go for the end.
Just but 1 turret left and all the waves crashing in. It's a wipeout. Virtus Pro off the map.
What a turnaround here. Rare Atom punching back, saying, no, we stand on solid ground.
1-1. We're going the distance. Not so fast, says Rare Atom. Taking down Virtus Pro in quick fashion.
Oh my goodness. These fights were so decisive, right? They were so quick to happen and very clearly trying to target the key components from the side of Virtus Pro. It seems that Ryzen has figured out the recipe that Virtus Pro has been cooking up all this time, finding them the success within the wildcards to steamroll through the competition.
And it was scary. Coach Ryzen allowed for Virtus Pro to pick the Uranus. Coach Ryzen did not choke out any specific strategies or heroes from Virtus Pro. If anything, he allowed the Angela if you wanted to, right? You go ahead, pick Enchantress Roamers. We don't care. Hell, steal Cat9's Hylos. You just unlocked our Cho. This is Rare Atom showing one of their strengths, man. Preparation. They were ready to play this way. And if anything, 80-90% of this was preempted. They baited and they deceived Virtus Pro into playing this way.
I totally agree, but had Virtus Pro just played a little safer in the earlier stages of the game, I think they could have prevented a lot of the damage, right? Because this started to snowball out of control. I mean, let's start from the very beginning. It's all about this mid-domination, right? Making sure that Pluto doesn't get to walk around for free, that Bobber is constantly having to look over his shoulder. Is Lanaya going to jump out of the bush at a random time?
It's that second point, I think, that really was the nail in the coffin for Virtus Pro. Rare Atom straight up made Bobber on the Kimmy a melee hero. They were making him fight right here in your face, about an inch away, and he couldn't breathe. They would not respect his personal space, and that led to the win.
It's the inside boxing style, you know what I'm saying? Go for the body.
In a telephone booth.
In a telephone booth, elbows ready to be thrown. Maybe a illegal move in professional boxing, but in Muay Thai, it gets brutal.
Like this.
Yes, sir. It's really tough to see, but it just goes to show that Rare Atom is prepared for this match.
Eterna, it seems like it's a different team that played. Virtus Pro, I did not see any of their execution excellence. I did not see much of the flow that they were exuding in game one. What did you see?
I'm glad we're talking about that, and I'm glad we're at this point because I do agree with what Gideon mentioned before the game even begun, right? Straight after game number one, Gideon was like, this might just be Rare Atom testing the waters, figuring things out, and maybe taking a little bit more of a sneak peek into what Virtus Pro has to offer. Because like you guys mentioned as well, this is the first time that both of these teams have actually met. I gotta say though, Rare Atom, perfect at deception. We thought that Cat9 could only perform on the Baxia as well as the Hylos, and I think Virtus Pro were also banking on that fact, brings out the Cho and does exactly that. I think Cat9 was a big impact in the early game to make sure that they were able to get the early game snowball that we saw in game number 2.
It was just too good. I can't even name an MVP, honestly. Looking back, might even be Cat9. Might be one of the main reasons why Bober couldn't breathe.
Yep, I would say Cat9. Cat9 or Lanaya. Both of them had some really good target prioritization. They really had to weave through the cracks to make it happen.
The crazy thing is, the two cores from the side of Virtus Pro, they brought Purify. So you would think that, face value coming into the game, nah, no way Cat9's gonna get these picks, no way. And then he figures a loophole around it, making himself still relevant in an arena where it does not favor you. Wonderful adaptations coming from Cat9. I'm all for it. I hope we go all the way here, best of 5.
If that's the case, if we want to see them go all the way, I think we throw it out the window, any clause of a download game. Honestly, I didn't think Rare Atom would be the kind of team to look for a download game, but hey, if it's a team that you've never fought in the wild card, do what you gotta do, and here they did. They allowed for game 1 to, go the way it did, and then they won swiftly game 2.
I think that's fair, but I still think that at least for this squad, keep it up. Keep up this pressure. Let's see whether Virtus Pro are the ones who now have to adapt.
It's all going to come down to this because they are one game away of getting to championship point. And it looks like we are going to go to a short break before we get into game number 3 between Virtus Pro and Rare Atom. We'll see you right after. And we're back here in Saudi Arabia for the MSC Wildcards Grand Finals at EWC 2025. Back on the English broadcast with me, Eterna, as your desk host for this match ahead. And of course, with me is Leo and Gideon once again for those of you guys who's just tuned in. Now, in this best of 5 Grand Finals, we are 1-1. It was Virtus Pro leading this best of 5 series, but Rare Atom do not want to go down without a fight, coming back in game number 2 in a very decisive fashion. Now we get a chance and some time to kind of break this down a little bit more. So boys, game number 2, what adaptation should we be looking at for game number 3?
Personally for me, if I'm in Virtus Pro's side, that Cho needs to go. Because again, Cho, one of the few heroes that has so much influence when it comes down to the laning phase. Whether he is stuck in the mid side of the map or whether he decides to kind of wander off and do his own thing, right? The vision game is always great, but the pressure that he applies just by his presence alone, and most importantly, because of that concussive blast, hey, you want to have an interactive lane? Cho shows up, oh, man, it's just a pillow for it.
I think Rare Atom have truly reintroduced themselves with this Cho. And suddenly, Virtus Pro, I don't know how much of their prep and how much of the research is currently invalidated because of what happened. So that suddenly now makes you think, is Virtus Pro ready for this? Do they have a contingency for the Cho? Or does it come down to really just banning it out? Because if they do ban it out, then suddenly there might not be room for banning the 1-1, might not be room for banning the Matilda, might not be room for banning the Kalia, which opens up a whole new avenue of other things to worry about, which now comes out to one of Rare Atom's strengths is we know they're very good at prep and punishing. P and P.
P and P from both sides. But then that does kind of bring the question, right? If we're going to hypothesize of if, let's say, we're not going to ban this Cho, what if Virtus Pro picks it up for themselves? What do they utilize as a potential flex pick for the EXP lane alongside their supports, right? Because that's something that they've been doing on blue side for a long time. Hey, we could flex this Kimmy. Why not the Cho as well?
I agree.
We haven't seen XP Cho in a while.
We haven't seen XP Cho in a while, but Dawn, in both of those games, every time we've seen, hey, it's just another Esmeralda. Well, let's not interact with the Esmeralda. Let's full tank Cho, concussive blast, clear the waves, move over.
I like that you mentioned this, right? Because as you were talking and discussing about downloading the blueprint coming in from Rare Atom, we were coming into this understanding that we also know how Rare Atom usually drafts, right? It's usually the Dawn Flex in, I think, Red 4 or Red 5. And funnily enough, it has always been Dawn's heroes picked up first today.
Yep.
So that is kind of strange because usually they utilize Dawn as a flex pick to see how they will be able to get Dawn a winning lane. So the fact that now Rare Atom are coming into this with a new set of blueprints and a new download that Rare Atom really needs to, Virtus Pro needs to think about, that's going to put Virtus Pro in a position where like, okay, we only have a few minutes to think about this. What else is a strategy that we should be looking at? And you did mention the Cho takeaway, but do they want to do that just to deny the Cho?
Here's my solution. Right now we see that at least for Rare Atom, where they are attacking in terms of the draft is that mid lane. You have mid control, you're able to start influencing the side waves. And more importantly, if you have priority picks, because you understand, hey, in terms of your priority list, Uranus is number 1, and therefore Kimmy is also along that same path. If we give you one or the other, we can skew it into our favor, which is why we see Dawn having, we know that they want the Uranus. We can guarantee an Esmeralda for ourselves later down the line. But more importantly, we are able to control that mid. Therefore, we can start putting our resources in different spots. Because this is all readable once you understand your opponent's priority list.
And the high priority on the Uranus
and the Kimmy
for Virtus Pro might now become a weakness. I think they have to recalibrate and reorder the way that they care about these lanes and put it in mid. I think they really need to take care of Bober. Bober and Pluto, that is the heart of their lineup. Super Igor can take care of himself. Andoryu, Andoryu survived a 5-ban draft. He's fine, he'll be okay.
So if we were to dumb it down just a little.
Okay.
Let's dumb it down just a little. Let's keep things simple. So mid-trio is an important aspect in this match.
More than just mid-trio, mid-duo.
Yes.
Mid-duo.
mid-duo.
So we're looking at the roamer and the mid laner?
Correct.
Yes, because in terms of the flexibility, who gets the most flexible spots? So far today, we've shifted from Dawn all the way down to Mikey, right? Because Mikey is the only person who's like, oh, I can deal with all of these tanks if I get the carry, but I need to make sure that the lane is somewhat viable for me in the first place.
That the map is somewhat acceptable for me to flourish in. That's what was wrong in game one. Like he could not do anything. The time that he could do anything, it was too late.
So technically the Kimmy was okay.
The Kimmy was actually perfect in that laning
Perfect.
phase.
So the high-lows is what we're kind of nitpicking on.
I mean, they had the triple tanks in the first place, and it's like, okay, you want the high loss. You already have the Uranus on top of having the Fredrin as well. Doubling down on that high loss, I wasn't so sure whether that was the play. Because considering that Kimmy was already shown on that red 4, so it's like you're playing into yourself at that point.
So I think in game number 2, Virtus Pro were too busy trying to counter Rare Atom and not enough thinking about what they wanted to do in the game. Because have they picked up the high-lows in the roam?
Quite the opposite. I think they cared too much about what they were doing, and they got blinded by the fact that Rare Atom was not going to take this line down.
I totally agree with this because they were confident not only in their laning phase, but I think they also tend to forget, like, oh wait, our composition is actually very good early on, but that Cho gives the tempo over to Rare Atom, so now we can't make the first move.
And I rarely use this term, but there's a modicum of disrespect the way that they drafted that. It was like, yeah, we'll draft this way. What's the worst that could happen? Yeah, you could lose quickly. Because they did not expect that, oh, we will lose all 3 lanes this quickly because of what we lack in mid. There was not enough dynamics. They were just way too monotone. It's just like, we are tanks. We are.
Yeah.
We got marksman in the back. Like, it just doesn't work that way.
They didn't have a lot of tools as well to work with. Maybe Pluto's not used to it? I mean, technically he has picked up the Florin, and technically the Florin isn't a playmaker per se.
He played Arlo.
But usually we do see a flex in either one, right? If your EXP laner is a beefy guy who has no tools, usually we see someone with tools in the roaming position. Do you think that was a problem?
Well, here's a couple of smaller issues, right? Because I do agree that if they had an Enchanter support, a lot of things could have been alleviated, right? And especially when it comes down to the mid lane. Oh, you may push out faster, but I'll make sure that you are too low for your regenerate to give you any value when you start moving over to the other sides. Like, I think that Cho would have been put down to 1 HP if you just had a Rafa on your side to start punishing your opponents. And not only that, I think with this Cho pick, you could see that a lot of the battle spells turned into Purify. And we saw that Bobber, it's not like he wasn't uncomfortable dealing with a Hayabusa, it's just that when you don't have the flicker, there's no guarantee of just flickering out of the Oki Shadow Kill, which we've seen him do many times throughout the wild cards.
Again, it comes down to dynamics. Like, they did not have enough things to do to answer what Rare Atom put out there. And instead, they took it lying down. They're the ones just like, all right, I guess.
All right. Haven't been in this position a lot of times before, but...
Exactly. They drafted the lineup that isn't playing to their strength. Because they're so good at team fighting. They're so good at activating each other. But when you commit that much to Revitalize and Purify, then that's what happens. Like, they didn't fight back at all.
So, will they be able to fight back in game number 3 is going to be the question, because before, once again, we head over to game number 3, we are going to give some players a little bit more time, a little bit of room, because again, the stakes are ever as high. That's the last key to the MSC group stages. And with that, you guys are watching the MSC Wildcards Grand Finals. We'll be right back after this break.
This land is calling.
begin.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Just trust me, okay? We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is it MSC Riyadh this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys! This symbol, it matches the QB frequency. I think we're getting close. You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
Oh, 8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only one team advances. We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Fury Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this. What's that? Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds. Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team, they claimed it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, look, that seems like a shortcut to the finale.
Perfect! Now we can solidify the format before they even get here. Let's go. Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, you smash it. the sacred format ahead of everyone else.
LaFell!
From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh, we can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm not with you this time. Don't touch anything else, LaFell. No! Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage. 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup? Or they could just find a tougher team just to flex?
Your question is, which team gets to choose first? Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wildcards to glory.
Yes!
One game away until championship point here, the grand finals of MSC Wildcards 2025 at, of course, EWC. Back with me again, Eterna, alongside with Gideon as well as Leo, as we are jumping now into game number 3. And it looks like the players are already at their battle stations, ready to perhaps go straight into the drafting phase. So, before we get into that, what are the heroes that we should be looking at? Just a little bit of a refresher, a recap.
Number 1 is a Cho.
Yep, number 1 has to be the Cho. But we still also have to remember, Farsa's still a priority, Kimmy's still a priority. It's been consistently banned every single time. The question is whether or not the Uranus is going to be utilized as a bait pick.
I think the Uranus should slowly go down in prio.
Really?
He's gotten answers. It's proven that he doesn't help a losing matchup win. Not very good on the back foot. So yeah, maybe save him for the second phase, or just straight up ban him. Like don't try to play deception and try to lynch it on a singular hero like Uranus, there are better ways to spend your picks and bans.
You look very expressive about this.
Oh, yeah, I'm loving
You don't like
everything.
Uranus?
Yeah, I don't, but I'm loving all the comments being told about Uranus from Elio here. Eventually, he's going to be on my side about this. It's great to see the way that the teams are playing, but the adjustments are extremely important.
So, will the adjustments be made right here, right now, as we get into the drafts for game number 3 between Rare Atom and Virtus Pro? Leo, Gideon, you guys know what to do.
What a switch up. Rare Atom now on the play. Virtus Pro gets a double. I'd like to think this is a great way to adjust. No longer are they going to get blindsided by that red 5. Not like it was really much of a problem. A lot of Virtus Pro's issues in the draft for Game 2, they walked into straight up. They just took it in the chin.
Yep.
Now, they could be more careful.
At least now they're regaining their composure, right? You know, they're not as wobbly on their feet. Their knees are not weak anymore. And I don't think they want to take too many hits to the chin now after game number 2, because it's clear that Rare Atom, once the plan is actually going along in their favor, that's where VP, it feels like, man, we can't do what we did previously. We can't just outplay them to win the game. This is a team that can actually go toe-to-toe with us.
And I think that's one of Virtus Pro's real strength is their execution, right? If you end up with a draft that you cannot play with, again, capital PLAY, play with, then that's a non-starter. You're not getting anywhere. That was the story of game number 2. Now in 3, when you're in red, you usually have the onus of just banning things you cannot deal with because you're allowing your opponents to get that powerful first pick. And here they say, we're drawing the line on the Baksha, on the Uranus, and I would reckon if Pluto doesn't want to play it, the Cho should be red 3 ban as well.
We see that the Zushin is going to get banned. The real question is whether VP is even going to double down on another mid pick. Because again, these are heroes that they're more than happy to try and utilize against their opponents and what they think is the creme de la creme when it comes down to meta hero picks. And if that is going to be the case, do we have to hold up our bans on that mid? Are they banning out the Kimmy? Are they banning out the Zetian? Or are they just going to say, you know what? Let's just go straight and attack the junglers, right? Because that was the initial plan from Rare Atom. I take away the land slot, and therefore you play whatever you want.
1-1 is still open as well. No matter what happens here in this red 3 ban, there is a hero that we usually do not see that comes through. And they instead ban the Zetian.
Are they banking that powerful? Is it going to get prioritized in picking up the Kimmy within the first
pick? Literally just the first pick.
Oh,
and it's true, they do.
What a call. Okay, great stuff coming up from Real Solo, aka Fly Solo, for those of you who are following the international space for a long time. But the Yishin Shin pick does open up a lot of options, right? Because I think VP were more than happy to say, hey, even if you do pick up the Kimmy first, we know that you want to go for Fredgen almost immediately after, right? So now, VP, they can pick both up right here, right now.
They can go Kimmy Fred, that's right. They can also actually just 1-1 Kimmy. As greedy as that sounds, because there's no real predator for the 1-1 right now, except for the Phoveus. Instead, an early investment in the Arlet.
Oh, wow, that's interesting.
We don't see Arlet this early.
Yeah, we don't see Arlet this early, but I think it looks like Virtus Pro has pivoted their priorities from, okay, maybe Rare Atom understands that that the mid duo is going to get affected for sure, but now we see that Rare Atom, again, really strange to see that Lunox getting blind picked here to a composition that we don't even know whether VP is going to double down on that tanks, but we'll have to deal with the Kimmy at a bare minimum. But they're going to back it up with at least the Cho to say, hey, early game damage, no worries, clear the waves, move on.
Just yesterday, Rare Atom won with a mid Lunox, given it was supplemented by a Baksha Roam. Here with the Cho in the hands of Cat9, again, he's just going off of momentum. Had an amazing game number 2 here. I wonder why this is the decision they made. Again, you're right, it's blind. Like, they don't know what they're throwing the Lunox into. Now Virtus Pro picks up the Phoveus. Again, this is a non-negotiable. Because unless they're willing to ban the Phoveus in red 4 and 5, then Rare Atom will be picking it. They still don't have a decisive XP laner, and whenever you have an Arlet, you're almost burying your Arlet 3 feet into the ground. Like that's a half lost battle in the XP lane.
Yeah, and I think this time around, I think this is quite the gamble here right now for the side of Virtus Pro. Now that we have shown both the Arlet alongside with the Phoveus, we know that Phoveus can only go into one lane. The question is, how many bans are they going to commit to counter picks, right? Are they going to get rid of the CC? And then we cut back over to Rare Adam. They see the Arlet. There's a decent amount of raw crowd control. Therefore, we need to get rid of the Fredrin, right? And then Rare Adam, if they end up picking up the CC, it might just compromise their own composition because who is going to frontline?
There's no real frontline. As it is standing for Rare Adam, the Cho is a pick-off tank. It's mainly used for checking bushes, picking off specific targets. Like he can't peel the way a natural frontliner can. They do take out the Fredrin. Again, they know that that's what Andoryu wants to play. Now what's left for Andoryu? They can still pick an assassin here. I think that's still safe. You're just a very high velocity lineup. Like you also lack the traditional peel, but you also just want to win early.
I'm trying to think. Is there a jungler, an assassin jungler that has some kind of CC to enable the Arla while providing enough damage? I'm thinking Ling, but like the earlier stages is where it's going to get really rough, and you're playing it into the Cho. So again, there's got to be a lot of faith in Andoryu to be, hey, your Way of the Dragon, my Blade of Tempest, we'll see which one's going to come out first.
Just a moment for Suyo to show up.
Ooh.
Because there's only really the Lunox.
Yeah. Oh, but then I
think Lunox's damage profile and the way she dishes out her kit, maybe Suyo can live through. Again, we haven't seen a Suyo all wild card long.
Yeah, but keep in mind, I mean, Suyo has, the changes to Suyo, he doesn't do well into the magic style of matchups, right? He does really well into the attack damage style. Oh, Granger, they're going to hold it up. I think they're considering it.
It's possible. They got to dig deep.
Hayabusa ban, Esmeralda, Lapu bans on their side.
Lancelot is the only, premier current meta jungler left.
Yes, and even then, all right, first, let's look at the picks, right? Because Rare Adam, they're going to find their counter pick into the Granger at the very least with the Irithel, but they have to finish off their composition, and there's no real frontline tank in terms of, raw burst. Oh, okay. So it's going to be EXP Hilda this time around, expecting VP to actually play the assassin.
And still that doesn't answer the question of peel. I don't think they want to peel. Rare Adam also want to go fast. Very dynamic, much like their comp in game number 2. Now Virtus Pro, it's on them. What do they throw onto Andoryu? What can the Nightmare do here in this situation now that the momentum has shifted over to the Chinese squad? Again, it's either team going to championship point if they win game number 3.
Currently dead even 1-1 with 15 seconds left on the clock. A lot to consider here, but it looks like it's going to be the Lancelot as their final lock-in for the side of Virtus Pro. And Andoryu really has to play out of his mind. He's got to deal not only a lot of damage, but dodge a lot of the damage being pumped out by Rare Adam.
So what's the play here? Run through the Hilda, run through the Cho, threaten the kill on the Irithel, I-frame through her basics, try to kill and duel against the Yi Sun Shin. This, we rarely see a lukewarm red 5 last pick. This is one of those times.
I think they're banking on level 2 here. I think they're trying to bank on maybe level 1 or level 2 in the mid lane for the mid lane duos to try and make something happen, right? Cho's going to clear that wave super, super fast, but if he gets hit by a singular stun, and wait, hold on, we need to see the emblems first. What is this Arlet bringing to the table?
Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3. Both teams at a point apiece. Momentum definitely going the way of the Chinese squad. Rare Adam. Can Virtus Pro quell them and turn the tides? Welcome to game number 3. We know that this is Rome Arlet, but what is he rocking? We can see Brave Smite, but what else?
Yeah, again, Pluto's thinking about the later stages of the game. He's not thinking about even contesting that mid initially, right? Second weird thing is the fact that Bobber decided to go towards purple buff rather than help to leash on the orange. But here comes Andoryu on top of the Litho Wanderer, secures it for himself. We're taking a slower approach from the side of Virtus Pro.
Talking about Pao Fu, he did take a while to take off yesterday. Did win, but again, such is the way for a Lunox. you are still scaling. Pluto jumping in. Cat 9 obliges, putting Pluto down to a third of his health. Sending him home. That's a technical knockout.
Yep, that's going to be an early recall. At least he doesn't lose out on his flicker. Let's look at the emblems at the end of the day. Ooh, Wilderness Blessing wants to have some extra adaptive attack as well. Bad caught. Very early T2 boots already purchased, knowing that the majority of the damage coming in from Rare Atom is going to be from the attack damage side and basic attacks, except for Powerful. But then again, really, can you really protect yourself against a Lunox in the late game?
Yep, rocking that Rupture, extra penetration, and the Wilderness Blessing with an Assassin emblem. So Powerful means business. Powerful looking to make the most of the newly adjusted mechanics on the Ruby, on the Lunox, making it easier to pull off a Ruby DD, some might say.
I see where you're coming from, but right now, Powerful, he's got to be careful, right? A singular death is going to slow him down significantly, and Lanaya already finds Pluto as first blood achieved. Bobber looking to turn Powerful into dust. Traction Pulse as well, but not going to commit fully. Now, Andoryu getting chunked down by Dawn. Somebody peel for him. Somebody get him out of there, but Backcard to set it up so that he gets right on top of Lanaya. Bobber, he needs to reset this, and Andoryu secures the turtle. Powerful the next to fall. Badcott has made his statement. Dawn takes the trade onto Endoryu.
He's not done. Badcott wants Dawn too. Dawn goes serving up a kill to Pluto. He's a bad man. Badcott turning that situation around.
2-3, the current score in the first 3 minutes of the game. Crazy how fast that these teams want to struggle for the lead. Oh, whoa, hold on, Pluto. Where is he going to go? Where is he going to go? He's already used his mark. He's going to get kicked in now. Mikey secures the kill.
Mans didn't have a flicker. I mean, it's one thing to be a nuisance, but I don't know if his life at this point in the game is worth it to bother Lanaya like that.
I agree.
It was so easy to punish him.
But it's information is information, right? Oh, Bubber, he's in trouble. Oh my goodness, he gets locked down. He locks down Powerful just in time. He was about to die there. Quickly jetpacks away. He's got to be careful. Powerful is working with 2 ults.
The Nightmare commits Grand Theft Purple. He is indeed guilty. And there's nothing Rare Atom could do. You know what? I think at the end of the day, that's what Pluto was trying to go for.
Oh,
he was trying to distract Rare Atom, send him over down to that lower quarter so that there wouldn't be enough time for Rare Atom to stop Andoryu from getting that purple. This allows Rare Atom to, again, make up for a kill, try to get there, but it's still 1,000 between them.
I mean, the only person who's unhappy with that decision is Super Gorka. He's going to see Mikey come back with an extra 300 in the bank, and he's like, sure, I guess I just won't interact for now. And honestly, he shouldn't be interacting in the first place, right? He needs to stay healthy. Mikey has already gotten his first item, which is great for him, and Super Gorka is just looking at it. All right, I'll just take my time. Bad caught. On the other hand, though, Dawn, he's been doing a very good job at keeping Badcott. The Indonesian Hilda has been terrorizing the world for such a long time, and Dawn, no exception.
Oh, on a 1v1 scale, he can dominate, but against 3!
And now here comes Cat 9 to try to get involved. The Darkening coming in, but Powerful, he gets pulled in by the Traction Pulse. Cat 9 gets a good kick as they try to turn this around. Powerful is left out to dry. Virtus Pro finds another kill, but it's not over just yet. Lanaya is forced to back away. He wants it. Retreat's too early. He gets out of there, and now Cat 9 must suffer the consequences for the mistake of his jungler.
And that allows Virtus Pro to keep going. Pluto jumps in, flickers.
No follow-up.
For the thrill of it, Virtus Pro, again, they could have gotten punished, but they're holding on to their lead here. About 3,000 gold now.
I thought Pluto was, I thought not only Pluto, but Badcard was going to flicker forward to try and capitalize on it.
But Pluto did.
But Pluto did. Badcard said, yeah, I'm not losing the lead just yet. Let's unlock Super Gorka.
I'm a bad man, but I'm not crazy. Oh, there's the War Axe onto Badcott right now, and because of the forward momentum from Virtus Pro, in whatever part of the map that they find advantage in, they get themselves a massive lead, lane per lane, everywhere they're going. Cat 9 wanting to close the gap already. Was that a conceal?
That was a conceal.
This early on unlocked.
I mean, it's a lot of assists coming in from Cat 9's side, right? And not to mention, especially coming in from Pluto, he also secured a kill for himself, so that really speeds up the process. At the end of the day, though, Pluto, he's trying to be effective with his abilities, right? That's why you're seeing him just throw out final slashes into wide brushes by that mid lane to guarantee some safety for his team.
6 minutes in, and I can already tell you this is a very different Virtus Pro. Number one, Badcott, he is an impact player. He's on his signature Phoveus, no longer a random Uranus, just again, a chunk of meat that kind of deals you damage. And as well, Bober now actually picking fights that he can afford to pick fights because Pluto can help him back dudes off with the final slash, not just the glorious pathway that slows him down but doesn't really stop him.
Yep, it doesn't stop him at all. And honestly, considering that they haven't dropped the ball in the earlier stages of the game and actually trading up, this works in favor of Virtus Pro compared to game number 2, where just no winning situations, they died early, and then they just got snowballed out of control. The next turtle spawns. Keep in mind, Cat 9 has his ult and a flicker available.
Turtle already started here by Andoryu. That's a huge presence by Virtus Pro here. All 5 near the turtle. Nothing Rare Adam could do. They are trying to set up for a push up top, but there's a quick rotation from Virtus Pro. Was that a final slash?
Okay, it was a final slash, and also a Phantom Execution. Oh, Backward tries to flicker forward. Does actually secure the kill onto Lanai with the help of Andoryu, and now everybody else looking to collapse upon him. Badcott is going to take his lead, and he's going to run it through Rare Adam's throat. Dawn, he's trying to hold on, but it's too late. Super Gorka secures the kill.
The least they could have done was a push. Top lane does fall. Rare Adam scores that. But the rest of the map belongs to Virtus Pro. Game number 2 was so not VP. Here now they're pushing the volume up to 11.
Yeah.
They're cranking it out. They're, what, 4,000, 5,000 up now?
They are getting into dangerous territories of a lead. 5K already achieved. If they get 5 more, it's that checkmate angle, similar to what we saw from Rare Adam in the previous game. In those final moments, they already achieved that 10K lead, and they could basically do whatever they want.
Oh, this is a sign, a very bad sign for things to come for Rare Adam. Bober has already gotten his Holy Crystal 2nd item, and he is up about 2,000 gold from Paofu. 2-0 on this Lunox. There are difficult games. This is more than just difficult for Paofu. I've seen him try to pull off that combo. Didn't do it even once.
I mean, he's not the only problem they got to worry about. Andoryu is getting very close to completing off. He just couple of components off actually from an endless battle. Not to mention he's 2 levels ahead of Lanaya. He is starving him out of the jungle while Super Gorka 3rd item complete. It's a very big power spike, and not to mention he got a Sky Piercer after the Hunter Strike, so therefore he's hunting for heads. He's the cleanup crew that Virtus Pro needs, which is why Badcott, he's so greedy on his builds. Those war axes, loves it.
Conceal on Cat 9 finds Andoryu. Final slash, the tip misses, but still that's enough. The fact that the full combo wasn't there. Rare Adam sent to the hills running.
They're chasing. They're chasing. Already the brilliance is already out. Pluto is going to try and keep on top of them. Badcott is getting slowed down, and Bobbers, well done, is able to hold back 2 to save the lives of his members, trading EXP for support.
Couple of flickers spent as well. The Purify on Bober. Virtus Pro, I think this is still a green light. Again, it was but a speed bump, but they are still going to get the Lord here unless... What is Lanaya thinking? He has no Mountain Shocker. Couldn't even contest. At least, you know what? I'll tell you now, this is a good call by Rare Adam. If they tried to contest, they would have gotten punished.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think at this point, Rare Adam just has to take the hits, right? They got to wait for their timings. They got to wait for Mikey to get his 4th item, and then they can really start doing stuff. For now, I mean, Dawn, if he has to sacrifice his life and trade 1 for 1, that's probably the best scenario they can get.
I think that's the way. Just keep sending Dawn to check bushes, make sure that the coast is clear, get key resources on Mikey. I dare even say on Lanaya. Let Paofu deal with the stragglers. Let Paofu deal with those who will overextend, because you can't expect Virtus Pro to make mistakes, not at this point in the game, at such a crossroads. Popped that holy defense in mid. Bottom lane still standing. Top lane as well. Super Gorka!
The darkening comes through, and Powerful finds it. 3-man G couldn't do, but Cat 9 will get his ult out just in time to hit Pluto. Mikey has to run. Phantom Execution already out. Thorn Rose doesn't connect either, and Mikey is still alive. Mid inhibitor now getting attacked by Bober. He's going to take his time. as we see that the Holy defense is breaking on all fronts. This might be 2 inhibitors, unless Mikey has something to say about it. Dawn, he's taking some space. Virtus Pro say, you know what? Mid-inhib, good enough. Let's back away.
No HD. All these turrets standing on their own feet. A wave left alone could mean permanent damage to Rare Atom. They already have their mid lane penetrated. Virtus Pro, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes there are random parts of their lineup that are just left overextended. And I think that's because they knew that they were winning. Again, I wouldn't blame them. I would do the same if I was 6,000 gold ahead. But Powerful, you cannot deny the killer instinct on this young man. He only has 2 items, and he was able to do that to Super Gorka. Although that might be a blessing in disguise for Virtus Pro because there were so many resources left up top to try and save Powerful. He did survive, but Cat9 fell. So, again, the intent was there, but Virtus Pro still got what they wanted. They got the push in mid and pop the Holy defense down bottom.
Now the question is, what kind of space do you want? Knowing that your opponent has a concealed, Dawn is going to open up this map and foreshadow how Virtus Pro is looking for. And Doryu even going for a Phantom Execution into blind bushes, knowing that they're going to be on this side of the map. Rare Atom give up the space. Now this is what we call high-level play.
Game sense. Virtus Pro, they were sending resources where they were sniffing Powerful out, and they were right for about a second there, but Powerful read the room and said, you know what, this is not worth it. I tried to do it against Super Gorka earlier, and that might have been a fluke, but now the conceal, they spot Dawn. Badcott jumps in on him.
They want to punish. Dawn forced the flicker out of there, and Doryu, I mean, he doesn't mind just throwing out that Phantom Execution. It's on a very short cooldown, but look at Powerful's position, right? Every single time we see Rare Atom actually take the space, they just plant him. Did he cancel it? Oh my goodness, he's open, and they see him. Powerful now running out in the open. He needs Cat9 and Dawn to keep him alive. They protect him, and Virtus Pro, they call it. They saw the conceal actually coming through from Cat9's side. Both sides, the push and pull. This is such a dangerous moment.
They saw it, they heard it. Mikey gets spotted by Pluto here, flushing him out of that brush. Now the dance begins. Lord standing, bad caught, pushing back too. Gets caught by a kick here. Cat9 not pressing the button just yet.
That's flicker. It's good, right? Virtus Pro, they should have a green light to make this happen, but they're going to take it safe, right? Wait for the waves to actually stop pushing through, get a little bit more information because it's all about finding that pick.
Now they got eyes on Powerful. They don't want that last engage he got on Super Gorka to happen once again. Super Gorka making himself scarce, man. He's putting a wall of bodies and actual structure between him and Rare Atom. He knows how important it is for him to live. Now Powerful holding that long brush. Andoryu already using his Phantom Execution. Do they know? Mount a Shocker.
And now they're going to go in. The Turtle Ball is going to be thrown in as they go. Andoryu takes the Lord first, but Powerful finds Bobert. And now Mikey, he's trying to attack that back line. And Virtus Pro, they quickly shift back. This is a not the worst situation for Rare Atom. They caught Bobert, and this might allow them to protect themselves against the Lord.
That's right. This is not by any means a consolation prize, a participation prize. No, they are happy to take out Bober because now that the Lord is pushing, they're lacking one major siege tool. That Kimmy that sprays out wonton magic damage. So I think Rare Atom survives another day here.
They should, but let's see how it plays. The kick comes through. Cat9 gets on top of Super Gorka, but nobody to follow up. They're just trying to delay as much as possible. Cat9, please, you can't die here. The Turtle Ball is going to be thrown as well to clear the waves. And Badcott, he's decided, no, I'm done with this. There's nothing else we can play for right now.
A successful defense by Rare Atom. They indeed do live, whether it be through the fact that Bober wasn't there, or that Cat9 knew exactly the limits of his kit. Allow for a big final slash!
He makes it happen. He's trying to get underneath. Traction Pulse as well as they attack the bat line. Bobert put down to 1 HP as Andoryu looks to dash. I was worried about that. I noticed Pluto, he had his flicker available. He tried to make the plays, but everybody who needed to get caught by the final slash had iframes, had CC immunity to dodge it.
And mind you, Mikey was way out of range, didn't even need to purify. He found the flank, threatened the kill on multiple members of Virtus Pro, and that sent Virtus Pro packing. Although this huge sequence in the top lane did allow for passive pushing down bottom, so Rare Atom lose their bottom lane inhibitor as well. Only one safe lane left. Luckily, again, some way, somehow, glass half full, Rare Atom, it's the long lane, so it takes care of itself.
Exactly. Rare Atom, I think they were aware of it. They were willing to sacrifice an inhibitor to make sure that the long lane is something that they don't have to worry about and can manipulate into their favor. And even Virtus Pro, they recognize this. So they're like, okay, sure, we'll take the structure. I'm sorry, Pluto, that you had to die and lose your flicker out for this, but now this is where it gets really dangerous because the river line, that's where you're expecting blood to touch the water.
And again, I think Virtus Pro is going to play the same way they did, trying to flush out Powfu. And now at the 16-minute mark, Powfu can't stand in random bushes anymore. The fact that you have one key wave clear missing means your base might be in jeopardy as you try to set up for a pickoff, which might not even be worth it anymore. Virtus Pro, oh, they got spotted here. Mountain Shocker.
Beautiful, beautiful use of the Magic Sentry here, as well as the Mountain Shocker to double confirm, because Rare Atom, they've got to split on two sides, right? Now, Lanaya on that bot side gets an initial free push while the Lord is about to spawn in 12 seconds. However, Conceal, come on through. Dawn spots it out, beautifully done in the final slash onto Cat9. He flickers out and Conceal. Resources utilized, but this should guarantee that Virtus Pro is ready to fight around the Lord.
And all Virtus Pro spent were ults with cooldown. Powfu gets flushed out by Pluto and Bad Caught. Here comes Cat9 to the rescue again. He does not have a Conceal nor a Flicker. This is difficult for Rare Atom. I think Virtus Pro know the length of their advantage. Again, now it's struck. Oh, they catch Lanaya!
And that is it. The nail that they were looking for to guarantee this Lord and to try and end this game. Virtus Pro, they're going to have a no contestation for this Lord. And you can see that even Andori just double checking these bushes. Got to be safe. Doesn't want this 0% chance to turn into a 1% chance of a steal.
Gideon, they're threatening to kill on Dawn. He does flicker out. But how was Lanaya caught out? We caught the tail end of that sequence, but
what happened?
What
Pluto
happened?
flickered, final slash.
That's it?
Followed it up, and now another kick off to Andoryu. Powfu gets taken out as Magorka trades against Cat9. The worst possible scenario for Rare Atom has finally fallen into the hands of Virtus Pro.
And they might not even need to wait for the Lord as Dawn gets popped by Super Igorka. And that's Mikey up next. Lanaya left to defend.
That's it. That's it. The final play here. Virtus Pro didn't have to do that much. Rare Atom, unfortunately, punished for looking for space.
Virtus Pro at match point. 2-1. What a recovery from game number 2. Now this is what we were expecting.
That was honestly a very high-level game. Both sides understood exactly, and they maintained, min-maxed their resources, the use of Magic Sentry, while still using Mountain Shocker. You thought it was a waste. No, it's to allow Lanaya to get a free push down on the bottom side without getting punished.
Even with their backs against the wall, Rare Atom knew how to use the tools that they had to try and claw their way into a win, but something tells me their eyes were bigger than their stomach. I think they jumped the gun and skipped a few steps and thought, we can do this, right? And forgot that a flicker was off of cooldown on Pluto and got punished hard. I think we'll see it somewhere here in the replay because, again, it happened within like a span of a second.
It happened too quick. The chain CC was just a little too good, right? The Traceless is a great spell, especially since now that they changed it a little bit, that you also get a little bit of a crowd control immunity when you come out of the Traceless animation.
But in it, or before you click it,
you gotta be fast, right?
Fair game.
It's fair game. We did see Lanaya actually dodge some final slashes, but it's a game of probability. Eventually, you're gonna slip up.
You throw out several number, one of them is going to catch you, and it sucks that it came in right when the Lord was fresh for the taking. This is the 10-minute mark here. This is the attempt of Powfu successfully at that to take down Super Igorka. And here, they flush out Powfu, and this is the cleanup crew here.
Mikey, look at Mikey's positioning, right?
Yeah, this is fine. They get to defend here still.
It's beautiful, right?
This one! Oh!
There we go. It was the final slash, and then the follow-up with the CC, and it's just continuous chain. There's no animation opening, no frame to save him.
They did not see Pluto entering from that river brush.
Oh, look at that.
Super Gorka is cold, man. He's cold. He's cold. He didn't even break a sweat. We're all sweating now because we don't know what's going to happen. Game 4 could end here.
It could end here. We're already at match point. I'm really excited for this because initially I thought, they're testing it out, but now we're getting into the high level of play. We're getting inside of each other's heads.
Eterna, championship point for Virtus Pro.
Man, I'm sweating. I don't know what stage they're on, but for us, it's hot, and it could get even hotter if Rare Atom has a say in this, right? Who knows? They force it all the way to game number 5, putting everything up to the test. But reflecting back on the few games that we've seen between these two, I think it all comes down to allowing the players with that instinct for playmaking to have the playmaking tools. Because in this particular game, I know you guys will have opinions on this, but in this particular game, I think Dawn on the Hilda just wasn't it for me.
It wasn't it? Okay.
There was pressure from the Hilda in the early game.
On
we saw it.
Yeah.
But usually we see that Dawn dominates so much, and when he's given heroes that can create opportunities for the rest of the team, that's when things get good in the team fights for Rare Atom. Because for me, Mikey did a really great thing on the Irithel, but let's say it was facilitated a little bit more. I think they could have gotten a lot more value on Mikey.
I think that is fair. But I think as much as Dawn given not exactly the greatest tools in the world, utilize it for the team very often, right? Powerful would have not gotten the space if it wasn't for Dawn and as well as Cat9 to kind of pave the way for him, right?
I think that is a chicken and the egg situation. Like if it wasn't the Hilda, then the Lunox wouldn't have gotten here, right? But if it wasn't the Lunox, then there wouldn't even be a chance to threaten Super Gorka or Bober because he got one of them each a time, one apiece. So what I'm saying is, if all of these get a check, right? If all of these get, if ideally, some way somehow, Coach Raizan is able to put heroes that are game changers on Dawn, on Paufu, then there's so much that means so much was left open as well for Coach Rio Solo.
I mean, they've got to snap their backs here, just break them in half at this point, right? They got to make the statement, make them scared to take space.
They have to break their own patterns.
Exactly.
It's too simple.
There's a lot of things to consider, and things are getting even more complicated, right? Variable after variable after variable. And because of that, we are going to allow our players a little bit of breathing time before we get into potentially the final game in the grand finals. And with that, we'll see you after this break. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
This land is calling.
We're back here at the Wild Cards MSC Grand Finals Championship point for Virtus Pro of EECA. And potentially we could be looking at the final game if they get their way. Welcome once again to the English broadcast with me, Eterna, as your desk host. And over here are casters Leo as well as Gideon. Now, boys/men, predictions before we get into the next game.
Ooh, I have to say...
We say it together.
We say it together
On three. 1, 2, 3. Virtus Pro.
Wow.
I mean, they are a cut above the rest, and right now, I gotta give it to Rare Adam, though. As much as I'm singing the praises of what EACA is capable of producing, and somehow Virtus Pro being able to foresee that this team can go the distance, Rare Adam had some extremely intelligent moves in the previous game, showing that they are capable of playing at a high level, like an extremely high level.
Yeah, despite us being unanimous in seeing Virtus Pro move up to the group stage, winning this best of 5, the grand finals of the wild card, there is something to be said about Rare Adam. They're very commendable, and it's clear that they put so much hard work into honing each other's individual skills and bridging those strengths into possible plays, whether on the back foot or when they're ahead. Because I'll tell you now, Rare Adam is a better team on the back foot than Virtus Pro is.
That's actually a really good point here. We saw every move that we made in that previous game, and the fact that Pao Fu was able to not only sneak his way in, Virtus Pro was still able to adapt. They started thinking, that cannot happen again. We gotta start, bushwhacking every single time.
Yeah, they were threats. They were still real threats even when they were down like 8K, 9K.
So this is a silly thing to say, and of course it's going to be harder than we put it, but does this mean that all Rare Adam needs to do right now is to find a way to claim control over the early game?
That's one way to do it. It's going to need a very specific draft. You're going to have to dupe and dupe again. You have to confuse Coach Real Solo and Virtus Pro, because that's what they did in Game 2. And that's the only time we saw that happen in this series.
I think a big problem that we're seeing continuously, this Kimmy needs to go. It is a very highly efficient hero for these EECA members. Let's take it out of the equation and force the traditional mages where you actually have to wait for decent item power spikes rather than on a base kit that allows you to win the early game for free.
So ban
it. Get
Ban
rid of it.
All right, let's get rid of the Kimmy as we enter the drafting phase for, again, potentially the final game in the grand finals. Leo, Gideon, take it away.
Potentially the last time we see Virtus Pro face off against Rare Adam. Game number 4. Virtus Pro on the play. We did allude to this, that maybe Rare Adam needs to be on the red to be able to, for sure, say, let's ban the Kimmy. We can't give it to Bober anymore. Don't even risk it getting flexed on Super Igorka. We're about to find out. Coach Real Solo banning out the Baksha and the Zitian, while Rare Adam takes out the Farsa and the Kalia. This is expected. Like, we've seen these bans.
We've definitely seen these bans, and it's a constant reminder of where the meta is slowly heading towards, but more so how these teams have utilized it to influence their opponents. I also think that this Phovius ban is good, bad caught. Oh my goodness, when he has a lead and gets that War Axe on a Phovius, dude, it feels like he doesn't make too many mistakes.
He's a bad, bad man. I'll tell you that. Virtus Pro doesn't pick the Kimmy as it seems like Rare Adam was allowing them to. Instead, goes for the Yusun Shin first.
Why change the order this time? Why look to change it in this way?
Bad God's cold. Look at that man. Look at that man throwing up that Korean heart. Look at that man.
He knows it. He's just sending a little bit of love before I put you 6 feet under.
Before all the bad he's about to commit. All right, Rare Adam. So many heroes open, actually. Again, the aforementioned Kimmy. If they want to commit the Cho now, they can do that. Or maybe not. If you go either way, you want to leave one or the other.
Ideally so, but I think that Rare Adam are probably thinking about this like, man, what do we do at this point, right? We've seen the power picks coming up from the side of VP, but again, they think Kimmy is super manageable, right? We get into that back line. We have the potential answer in Mikey if we can force out that Granger into the Irithel matchup. You might even get a free 2-for-1 in that case, but they're going to start things off with a Zushin on top of an Arlet. I'm thinking Fredrin is going to be the pick, and then you've got your 3.
But for Virtus Pro now, they got 2 here. Blue 2 and 3. Do they go Kimmy X?
Kimmy plus... Oh, whoa.
Long time no see.
Okay. I like this.
Kimmy Badang!
Kimmy, good pick. But the Badang, I think they're trying to make a hard read on Rare Adam, right? Because now that the Phoveus is gone, Arlet is basically uncontested in the EXP. And it can also be flex, to be fair. VP respond with their own flex pick, one that deals with Arlet pretty well.
And then Rare Adam closes up with a Hayabusa, so it's clear that in the jungle, it's Hayabusa versus Yusen Shin. But let me just say this, while it's possible, I would rather it not, but the Kimmy and the Yusen Shin can still flex. We've seen it before. I just rather not it happen now at the precipice of a possible series end.
Now, we haven't gotten to talk about this for a while, mainly because the wildcards have been alluding to it's just not good in the meta, or maybe teams just don't favor it, but a lot of these teams just completely disregard Fanny nowadays. And it's not like Fanny is bad or her changes have put her into the ground.
It's less about her.
It's less about her, yeah. But this time around, I don't think there's any flexible spot for them, except maybe for VP. But even then, there's no guarantee. You got the RLO on one side and probably a couple of tanks coming down your way.
Yep, it's more about the environment we're playing in now that makes Fanny less favorable, despite her being a, on paper, mechanically broken hero. Bans now coming out. Rare Adam taking out the glue. Still no decisive XP laner for Virtus Pro here. They do ban out the Lucas. And then Rare Adam takes out the Cho. Although, interestingly enough, we haven't really seen Pluto play a Cho.
Yes, we haven't seen Pluto play the Cho, but I feel like if you are coming to a competitive space and you don't have Cho as a roamer, what are we doing here?
Yep.
It's like telling junglers, hey, I don't know how to play Fanny and you want to join a professional team. It's like, come on. You gotta have these as your base heroes. However, Lucas is an interesting call for the side of VP on the opposite end. It does elude maybe a triple marksman comp.
And then do they ban an Esmeralda? Because that just follows logic, right? You ban one of Don's heroes, you ban another instead of the Esmeralda, the Lapu Lapu. So another easy entry to the back line.
I'm all for it here. The question is, what is the roamers going to play at this time, right? How are we going to try and turn this around? I feel for Rare Adam, Gatot actually isn't too bad.
Oh no, it's great, Gideon. It's one of those, again, easy access, confirmed reach.
High loss as well. Both are viable, mainly because of the Jushin.
Yes, but instead, Rare Adam allocate Red 4 to a Moskov. So they're denying Virtus Pro one of the best triple marksman configurations of the Yusen Shin, Kimmy, and Moskov. So they're forcing the third marksman to either be an Irithel or a Granger.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
Help. 1-1, good sir.
Yep, I think 1-1 even works out. Wait, hold on. Let me think about
short-ranged.
She may be short-ranged, but there's also the problem of just getting assassinated, like purely assassinated, right?
Yep.
You need to kind of rotate around you, but do they want to go with this type of configuration anymore, right? I think with the Hayabusa, there's already a lot of questions of whether or not you're going to be able to survive. So the Hilda gets locked in, the Granger gets locked in. They can clear, they can start bushwhacking from afar, but these tanks, they're not the preem tanks. They're not the real beefy boys. They're not concrete.
They're not hard peel. They are instead dynamic tanks. So now the question flips over to Virtus Pro. Previously it was Dawn on the Hilda. Now can Bad Caught do a better job to try and shake up the lineup and steer away the attention from his marksman? Away from the Yusen Shin, away from the Kimmy, away from the Granger. Rare Adam, they put a old reliable pick on to the hands of Dawn, the Esmeralda, which is, again, if you can't tell by the way we react to it, it's going to get bursted down halfway through her attempt to try and peel.
But Esmeralda deals with both matchups, both Badang and as well as Hilda, decently well. Both are able to generate shields in the laning phase, but that's the thing, it's only in the laning phase. Her only other utility is her Falling Star mood to trigger more demonic marks for the vengeance of the Arlet. That's pretty much it, and that's assuming that they group up close enough to even get in the first place.
And that's assuming if you survive. Because again, there's a lot of firepower, a lot of artillery coming from Virtus Pro. It comes down to execution. It comes down to finding the windows of opportunity to make the draft you decided to roll up into the land of Dawn work. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 4. This is match point for Virtus Pro. Can Rare Adam take us all the way And can they make the quest for that last slot in the group stage ever more interesting?
Again, both sides need to be doctors with a scalpel. They must be precise with the way they dissect their opponents. Pluto immediately going straight for Powerful to try and close this out as soon as possible because, again, Bobert a little late to the wave, which is totally fine, right? Because, again, they will be able to trade back.
Kimmy is disgusting, I'll tell you now.
Ooh, okay, backcourt contesting for Litho Wanderer?
Her win rate is still through the roof. That one loss in game 2 doesn't change the fact that she's still possibly sitting at 80% with such high sample size too. The XP lane though, again, look at this. A minute in, and Badcott can already run around like this.
He gets to do it for free for now. Well, looks like we have to call in a technical pause for the time being. Oh, for those out there, I'm already feeling it. I can feel myself getting emotionally drained, trying to figure out and trying to get into the heads of Rare Atom and even Virtus Pro. This is a high stakes match.
I'd like to think Rare Atom are confident and they're going off of reps. They're going off of the fact that we've fought against mid lane Kimmy so much already. We can't let this keep getting us. And the gold lane matchup, I'll tell you now, if there are big rotations coming in from Lanaya, again, he's on a Hayabusa, right? You can bully a Moskov up to a certain point. I think this is where you start now. Don't even bother with the XP, because again, the hill is going to leave it more often than not. So don't try to play for Esmeralda like that. Instead, play for the Moskov. Rather, play for the Granger. Play for your strong side.
Or even attack the mid lane. It really just boils down to where does the roamers play a part in this ever-growing story, right? It's always that dual mid lanes. It's come to a point where mid lanes and even roamers don't even bother leashing for their junglers anymore because that's how much control you need for small objectives, whether it just be River Crab or even Little Wanderer.
Which is an optimistic way to look at this matchup. Again, despite Virtus Pro being at match point, this game 4 is still up in the air. I'd like to think that that mid lane matchup is still currently a 50-50. No one has decisively won or lost just yet, which is impressive because again, you're looking at a Kimmy. Again, I was looking at that first couple of engagements, first couple of sequences, like, Kimmy is disgusting. But Palfu's holding his ground.
Palfu's doing a good job.
Cat9 is giving Pluto a run for his money. He's like, yeah, sure, you have Vengeance procs already, but I have Vengeance procs already, but I can send you back as home just as quickly.
Getting a bit of personality from the Nightmare and Doryu. He can't pull off a light, unfortunately. He's too young for that. He's too young for that for now. But now Badcot's going to give his own. Wait, I'm just going to look over the stage, see if we commit to it. Yeah, to a degree. Was seeing a bit of a smile crinkle up at the very end. It's hard, dude. Not everybody can stare at the camera like that.
Yeah, no, he saw that our production staff was moving away. Our shooters were moving away, so he's like, I'll get you next time.
Next time it is. But when we're looking at Rare Atom, I'm more concerned about whether or not they find the opportunities to turn this around. Because so far, VP has been almost airtight within their early to mid game.
Oh yeah, and that's one of the main strengths of Virtus Pro, save for what happened in game number 2. Again, I will always chalk that up to the draft. Rare Atom have to find that small window. They have to, again, I'm not even going to tell them to thread the needle. They should ram through that hole on the needle's tip to try and get Virtus Pro up against the wall, because I will die on this hill. Rare Atom are so much better when they're down, but Virtus Pro, when they're in the same situation, cannot fight back. They're not as good. So put them down like that. Step on their throats.
I mean, there's the big problem that we've seen with a lot of professional teams out there within our own leagues, within Southeast Asia and across the world. When a team is struggling and are looking to say, hey, we need to win early to mid, all of a sudden you go on red side, you start seeing red, you start doubling down on some awkward situations. Because at the end of it, right, even if you are struggling to fight, there is always a loss, even if you're like trading like 50-50, right? 3 die here, 3 die there. Oh no, somebody's missing out a wave. Somebody is missing out a timing.
And I think that's where Virtus Pro can still grow. They're not very good at trading. Not when they're crawling back up. They're so much better when the math is clear. It's black and white. I'm all pluses, baby. I'm multiplying my advantage here. So that is what I hope to see from Rare Atom if they want to go all the way here. If they want to force a game number 5. Flushing Bober out of that pixel brush. Pao Fu and Cat9, they're doing a great job despite Andoryu and Badcott being global presences here. Looking at the emblems,
Oh, okay. Mikey not even bothering to go for the Master Assassin. Andoryu, he's going to guarantee land the turtle ball, and that's first blood almost instantly for Andoryu, catching out Cat 9.
And what's painful is Cat 9 committed the flicker, so he was hoping to not die. He really wanted to hold on to that mid lane advantage. So now the scales tip slightly over to Virtus Pro, if ever, so dominantly towards Virtus Pro, now approaching 1,000 gold lead. More on Mikey's emblems. Gideon, you're right. Again, a clear sign that they want to win the early. They're putting this economic advantage on him. Dawn gets caught out. Still no level 4.
He's intercepted. Backcourt is trying to peel away Lanaya, and he chunks him down with the Master of Power Wildness here, but he goes so deep, and alongside with the Arlet, they take him out. They trade Backcourt for the turtle. Was this worth it?
Yeah, that's the question. A part of us think it's bad, especially since it did not affect the gold lane as much, and he spent the sprint. What was the best case scenario? Cat 9 gets caught again!
Again, he's going to try and outplay the scenario, but eventually he will fall. He doesn't have enough resets to work with, not enough cooldowns to make it effective. And now we do see that Don forced out to use his vengeance early on. Good play coming in from Endoryu's side, looking at an opportunity to punish his opponents. Because look at his jungle pathing, right? He's already cleared that bot side.
He's doing a lot of house cleaning, including Rare Adam's side of the jungle. Because again, look, Lanai is level 5. I think at this point, Andorra is on his way to level 7. So this is what you're getting through more dynamic lanes. The only real lane that I think Rare Adam can still ideally call a win is gold, but no, even Mikey is down on EXP there.
Yeah, what happened? I remember Mikey wasn't participating in the neutral objectives at all, but how does Super Yagorka have that much of a lead? He might have forced Mikey to recall while the fight was going on. Either way, it's a 2-1 lead currently for Virtus Pro. The gold in their favor. They're 1K ahead. And here comes the final slash onto Pluto's side. Doesn't get the correct target. Andoryu quickly uses his retribution on Cat 9. This should be a kill. Once again, the mistakes keep on happening. Andoryu punishes Cat 9.
And it's a deja vu of the very first blood. A flicker spent, yet a life unsaved. Cat 9 falls once more. And one might say, hey, he's a roamer. This is diminishing returns for Virtus Pro. No, that's less map presence for Rare Adam to finally try and use to clap back. This is the second turtle spawning. All the more I'm going to say this is a non-contest for the Chinese squad. Virtus Pro are 2,000 gold ahead. And the map is opening up wide for Virtus Pro.
Look at the lead. It's really starting to be evident, right? Super Gorka already a full level ahead, and not to mention probably has way more gold than Mikey. And I mean, Andoryu, the fact that he's killed Cat 9 twice, he's level 8 compared to level 6 on Lanaya. The pickup onto backcourt, sure, fine, but for now, just the raw control.
Yeah, these kills on Cat 9, or relatively any member that are non-cores for Rare Adam, should be okay if Andoryu wasn't a core, if Andoryu wasn't a damage-dealing jungler. But he's a Yusungshin, he wants to scale, and he's scaling out of control. Another turtle scored for free.
And now a quick lane swap. They're realizing Mikey is outmatched in the lane. The resources being pumped to his side of the map, and now he jumps down to the bottom side and backcaught. He can't really deal with Mikey at this point in time, but neither will he die. So he doesn't mind this. He can take the damage. It's totally okay unless Cat 9 has something to say about it, but I don't think Mikey has enough damage to begin with.
I'd rather look at this from Mikey's lenses as I have time. It's less about I have to fight now, but I have time. He's not 1,000 away from Super Igorka, but a majority of the economic advantage is currently on Andoryu. He's 1,500 away from Lanaya. Despite Lanaya not dying, it's more of resource denial, and the map is so open. Oh no, Powerful gets caught, forced to use a Crimson Beacon back.
Oh, he gets out of there. He is out of there, but that is going to be an artery cut off. Structural damage on Rare Adam's side. Mid-tier 1, this means that Virtus Pro can now turn conversions into economic advantages by invading the jungle almost instantly after.
Gideon, is Virtus Pro that ahead, specifically Super Igorka? I just saw him build a Sky Piercer.
Yep.
Does he have a Hunter Strike already?
Yes, he does.
Sub 6 minutes?
minutes? He's literally, that's why Mikey had to go for the lane swap. He is getting outclassed in lane currently. A mistake has probably costed a little too much, but now Palfoon as well as Cat9 are looking to alleviate that pressure. Final slash does not connect. Good movement from Badcott.
Badcott literally sidestepped the final slash, stood an inch away from Cat9. Now they catch Dawn.
This is not going well. The pressure's getting to Rare Adam, and Virtus Pro can feel the momentum. You can hear the steam train about to make contact with the wall.
The Bears can smell their group stage slot at this point. Rare Adam, Game 5 is slipping away. Andoryu checking out Lanaya. He doesn't know. Mountain Shocker plus the boot!
He's dead. Oh, he manages to survive with the help of... Wait. Is he still gonna go down? No! Why did he take it back?
Lanaya tried to get the shadow plus shadow kill, but the basic attack on Andoryu was just so much faster. An off-roll turtle take. The map, all the kills, everything belongs to Virtus Pro.
For the first time in a while, we are seeing Rare Adam mentally start to crumble. They're making very silly mistakes right now in Virtus Pro. They're taking full advantage, 5-1 so far, a convincing lead.
Uncalled for, some of these decisions, choices. Mikey gets caught by the boat. Lanaya trying to save him. Shadow kill. Still holding on. Final slash as well. Expended plus the flicker. Oh, it's mass hysteria, Gideon. Everyone's caught it. They're all trying, and nothing's sticking.
They have to breathe. They need to reset now. Andoryu, he's getting to do whatever he wants. He is trying to make sure that he can maintain this pressure. The Oki Shadow kill comes out, but it's a net negative at this point. It's going to be the Holy Shielding breaking, and even Badcott utilizing the break of the Holy Shielding to get out.
We are literally time traveling with the speed that Virtus Pro is going at. Mountain Shocker catches the backline. Pluto with a crack.
Dawn goes down. It's going to be an execute. Powerful finds Pluto as a trade, but Mikey finds Andoryu. A huge shutdown. This could be an opportunity to turn around, but it's Super Gorka. He's still a little high in the terms of the economy. He's got the items, and Rare Adam decide, you know what? We respect it. We'll take what we can.
And how high exactly? About 2,000 between him and Mikey. As well, 2,500 between Andoryu and Lanaya. Should slow down now, given that he got shut down. A punish by Rare Adam. So we are slowly going back to normal speed. I could have sworn we were time traveling. Rare Adam got their holy defenses popped at 8 minutes, Gideon. That is miserable. Lord free. Without the Lord, that's how far Virtus Pro's pushed them. Now the question is, will Virtus Pro slip? Because those two kills, that trade for Dawn, that was uncalled for.
It was uncalled for. However, getting the first initial shutdown onto Andoryu is a start, right? And it went over to Mikey. And now it's a 2K lead for the side of Super Gorka against Mikey. If they can get another kill onto Andoryu, they should be able to recover.
You're right. It's still a grocery list of things to do to get the comeback. Dawn's flushed out of that river brush. Cat9 stops him. Powerful picked off.
And now the conceal comes on out. Cat9's got nothing else. Final slash comes out. Oh, wait, hold on. The RNG might fall in his favor as Cat9 almost taking out Super Gorka. And Dawn, he tries to chase it. He tries to go for the kill, but it's not enough. Even the SOD, nowhere remotely close. Bear is going to take him out. That's 3-0.
As shoddy as Rare Adam's decision-making is, Virtus Pro ever so sharp, as if it was still day one of the wildcard, as if they just woke up. An instant replay. Once more, check it out. They caught Powerful first, and they dismantled everything. But Mike is Pickens here. My commendations go over to Super Gorka. He could have just kept firing, but Dawn popped the vengeance. If Super Gorka kept on firing, he would have died.
He would have been in a lot of trouble. But at this point, now with the Lord in their hands, with a lead looking immense, 7K ahead for Virtus Pro, we now need to talk about the wave clear, because right now, the only person who can clear the waves effectively is Mikey and maintain that trinity.
And that's what's miserable about the situation. That's what makes it look so grim for Rare Adam right now. Mikey, yes, has decent wave clear, but he has to position himself very specifically to pierce through. And that means putting himself within range of Virtus Pro CC, of Virtus Pro's engagements. Rare Adam, they can't rely on Paufu. He's about to get caught here. That is the traction being thrown out and the Lord wailing away. Mid lane gets pierced.
Oh, final slash going on towards Pluto. They find him. All right, they're trying to turn this around. Lanaya on top, but Adoryu takes him out with the Traceless. A single auto attack, cutting Lanaya in half.
Weapons of mass destruction in the hands of Adoryu here. There's way too much burst. Dawn holding on for dear life, trying to clear this wave. They successfully keep bottom lane inhibitor.
Now there's another wave though. Super Gorka, he could try to make something happen. SOD comes out. He's not going to take it. It'd be too wild.
Don't.
Virtus Pro, they're like, don't worry, we still have the lead, dude. We are in the perfect position. First Lord, we already got an inhibitor. We're almost at the 10k gold lead. One more Lord, we finally get to write on your tombstone.
Virtus Pro, mere minutes away from claiming their own key to join the group stage of MSC here at EWC. Rare Atom, they are clawing their way into a more, how do I say, contestable spot. Paufu built himself a Bloodwing, so he will be less burstable, more than he was here towards the purple side of the jungle earlier. Mikey has his Malefic gun. I don't know if that's enough. Again, it keeps you safer, but does that really push you over the top when it comes to damage?
Well, it may not necessarily push you over the top, but if the fight continues to go the way that we've seen it, if the fight drags out, Rare Atom has a chance.
It's more of a not lose than a we win. So they're several steps away from turning this around on Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro still clearly in control, up by about 8,000 gold, and they're playing for the Lord.
Best case, worst case scenario, right? Best case scenario for Rare Atom, they somehow steal away the Lord without losing anybody. Worst case scenario, they get the Lord, even if they have nobody get traded from the side of Rare Atom. It is almost a guaranteed losing scenario.
And stealing the Lord, as awesome as it may sound for all the Chinese fans watching, those who are roaring and hoping that Rare Atom could still turn this around, is impossible given the Mountain Shocker. You can't just plant Lanaya in a random bush nearby and quad shadow to a Retribution Steal. It's not going to happen, not on Andoryu's watch. And he does take it, building a Brute Force Breastplate, allowing for himself to be a little more sustainable in these fights. Rare Atom have to defend.
Oh my goodness, the Lord Secure Insurance. They've got everything thought of here. Virtus Pro looking to try and close this game out. Lanaya, what a dangerous position. Gobert, wait.
Badko can't save him.
Can he do it? Is he going to jump for it? No. He's going to hold back on this one. He might look to try and proxy that top wave. However, the Lord is starting to move down on that mid inhibitor, and Virtus Pro don't mind a traditional 5v5. It's going to be Pluto who initiates and goes right on top of Dawn. The final slash does come through.
There's the boat thrown out. They answer. Bulber's down.
Adoryu, he's gone now with the Traceless. Mikey needs to try his best. Clear that wave. Clear that. Lord Pluto is the next to fall. They're holding strong. He has to make the play, and Mikey does. Takes the SOD. Turns this around.
Rare Atom successfully trading Cat9 for Bulber and Pluto, kicking Virtus Pro out of their base. It's not over till it's over.
Beautiful play coming in from Rare Atom. That was the push and pull that we were hoping for. And Cat9, despite the odds, will have the courage, the bravery to say no, not yet.
He has nothing to lose. He's died 5 times, a majority of this in the early game. But now at 14 minutes, with the enemies at the gates, nay, the enemies in your house, you throw all caution to the wind. And right now, his life was more than worth it. Looking at Mikey again, I'd say he was the hero of the situation because he was the one who single-handedly threatened the wipeout on Virtus Pro. Mountain Shocker, Virtus Pro wants to end this. They catch Cat9, but there's way too much range.
No. They're not going to do this. RA, there's no point in fighting. There is nothing to obtain on the map. You want to get gold, but naturally, if you just wait until the Lord comes, you will naturally hit the 42k mark just by letting the waves come to you.
So patience and understanding the dance. That is where Virtus Pro needs to understand Rare Atom is coming from. That is another point of attack Rare Atom can come from. And I don't think Rare Atom can afford another base fight. So yes, I'm with you. As risky as it sounds, clear the waves and contest. That's it. Like
That's all they need.
You live and die on that hill, man. You contest even if you're down 8K.
You just got to try. But now, here's the next part of the puzzle, right? As much as Virtus Pro is ahead, they have the extra gold. And that extra gold can mean one of two things. One, completed items, and more importantly, situational items for those who are ahead. And Doryu, Winds of Nature, switching into a Winter Crown could turn the tide. Same goes for Bobert as well. Looking at the damage profile from the side of Rare Atom, it's really the final slash that makes the difference.
The fact that Virtus Pro are about 2 or 3 tax brackets ahead of Rare Atom makes a difference. You're right. Super Gorka, I didn't even see if he's rocking a Wind of Nature because that'll totally nullify Lanaya and Mikey's threats. And aren't those the real threats? Because Powerful's more utility now. Powerful's more of a threat to Pluto and Bad Caught. They start up the Lord. They flush Dawn out of that Y brush. Lanaya spotted here. He's still holding his ground.
I mean, Cat 9, he's trying to look for space. Traction Pulse being thrown out. SOD connects. Where are they going to go for with this? They try and Doryu secures it no matter what. Pluto stops Lanaya from the entry. And now Dawn, he can take the damage 4 days here, but the Lord is in the hands of Virtus Pro. We now are seeing core items being complete for the side of Rare Atom. 43K. That's what they were looking for. But Mikey, oh, he's got the Winds of Nature and the Rose Gold Meteor. He sold his boots. I thought he only got one of them.
All right, almost a mirror build between these two marksmen. They are the linchpins of this strat. Again, say what you will about Bober dealing wanton damage to the front lines of Rare Atom. He has his Wind of Nature on the way. It really is on Super Igorka. It is on Doryu to be the artillery here to wipe out Rare Atom because, truth be told, besides Mikey, who else is free from the physical damage that Virtus Pro is dishing out? It's Bobert who's only really dealing magic. He's there for more cleanup. Cat 9 pushing Bad Caught out. Dawn holding on. He does have his vengeance. Both thrown out.
Beautiful. Look at the way that they're playing this. Yes, this is what we need to see from Rare Atom. Powerful, he's got the damage with the glowing wand. And now they pull out Pluto, forcing his flicker. Now with Yogi Shadow Kill picks him up. Powerful secures the kill. Lanaya's out. And a successful base defense for Rare Atom for the 3rd time in a row.
Patience is a virtue that Rare Atom exemplified in these last moments. They're forcing the game to go the distance. We're approaching the 18-minute mark, and Rare Atom are ever more a threat than they ever were this whole game. And now they're looking for plays. Concealed by Cat 9, spotted by the Mountain Shocker. Bad Caught still here, holding on to his kit, and there's the boat thrown out. Oh, this is not a fight I think Virtus Pro wants. They don't have Pluto.
Yep, Bad Caught, he's going to get pulled back in Dawn. He can do this for days. He can absorb the damage. He finally has all the items he was looking for, and then File Slash comes through. Backline getting attacked. Forcing out the Winds of Nature as Mikey takes out Bad Caught, and now Mikey SOD makes the play. Winds of Nature comes out. It's too late. Pluto is able to hold him to the ground. Dawn the next to fall, and Virtus Pro finally find 2 for 1 in trade.
As good as it is to find Bober, they failed to put the nail in the coffin and shut him down. Bad Caught his life. Oh, so precious, worth it to trade for Dawn and Mikey. Gideon, something tells me Virtus Pro can smell victory.
No.
I'm thinking they're going for the end game.
They're going to try. Turtle Boat not going to be used. Forces out the Quad Shadows from Lanaya's side. As we can see, the Final Slash lands on all 2 of their members. Lantern Flare as well. Super Gorka tries to go for the end. Quad Shadow, and now even the Traction Pulse. There's no wave, but they do find kills. They traded 1 for 1, and the Lord is coming up in 20 seconds.
I'd reckon that's the Nightmare saying we should play for the Lord. Bad Caught just spawned. They lost Pluto in Super Igorka. Pao Fu taking a nap for this contest. I'll tell you now that this is the Lord. Despite the numbers advantage for Rare Atom and the map looking blue, I don't think it's clear who can take this.
No, but keep in mind, Virtus Pro are the ones that can hold Rare Atom hostage here. 2 missing inhibitors, all structures for Virtus Pro. They don't have to manipulate the waves. They just have to stop them from taking this Lord. And now Bad Caught, he's going to get pulled on backwards. And there's nothing much he can really do about this. However, Mikey, he's in trouble.
No!
He's getting cut down. It's too late. It's going to be the immortality already out as he tries to switch out, but it's too late. He's down and out for the count.
Andoryu here. Staying underneath the Lord. Cat 9 holding on for dear life. Coming in!
Lanaya, he's gonna try. He steals the Lord in time. And now Endoryu has to try his best. He goes down. Dawn is unstoppable.
It's just him and Powerful left. Two marksmen from Virtus Pro still standing, ready to wreak havoc on the base because there's two defenders left. Rare Atom only have Dawn and Powerful. I don't think they can defend.
They've got to buy time. The Lord finally spawns at the 12th second, perfectly coming out in time. However, they're clearing the waves. Dawn, he's trying his best. He's on top of all four, but Pluto locks him down, and Powerful must try clear that wave. Any means necessary. Almost there, but it's a just in time.
No minions!
Powerful turns it around. Beaupere closes it out, and there you have it. On the knife's edge, Virtus Pro come out as your winners.
2 slots for the ECA in the group stage of the mid-season cup here in the Esports World Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, Virtus Pro take the series 3-1.
Oh my goodness. What a game that was. What a finale. What a finish here for the wild cards.
Getting as close as it was, as beautiful as it was for Powerful to try and wipe out Virtus Pro, the map was against them. The map belonged to Virtus Pro, and the waves, they just came crashing in. Powerful couldn't deal with them.
He could deal with the first wave. He couldn't deal with the second one coming after. Beaupere, he knew it. He knew it as well. He saw that wave coming through. He knew that he also had the immortality. They have secured it. This is it. Virtus Pro will now be moving on to the group stage of the mid-season cup.
The Bears claim their trophy. The key, they have won the wild card.
Congratulations to Virtus Pro as they now ascend to the next stage of the mid-season cup here of the 2025 Esports World Cup. EECA is here to play.
I'll tell you now, the MCC has introduced themselves in the M5 World Champion as a superpower, top 3, and through the years they have proven that they did that for reals. That was not a fluke, and now they're a real threat. There's 2 ECA reps in MSC.
For the first time ever, for the very first time. GG, well played for Virtus Pro. Our hearts go out to our Chinese representatives. Rare Atom put everything on the line to have an explosive finale at the end.
They were this close to taking us all the way. It was not a 0% chance that they could have turned that around, but Virtus Pro knew exactly what to do. Again, I don't think there's a team as lethal as Virtus Pro when they're ahead in the wild card. They deserve to go to the group stage.
Despite the heartbreak, a team ascends amongst the ashes. Well done. What a day this has been in a best of 5. They pushed it as far as they possibly could.
It's been a long week, but we're just getting started. Ladies and gentlemen, the 16 teams of the wild card. Just 8 hopefuls looking to join these 16. We've locked it in. Virtus Pro.
What a huge turnaround this has been. For these boys, this is some life-changing money just from the wild cards. And there is more to earn to go over to the group stages. We don't know what that is going to look like, but this has got to be so big for this team who has been playing for so long within their own community.
Young Guns, they stood in front of Team Spirit, the de facto leader, the dominant force in ECA, and they said, we don't care how long you've been playing. We have the skills, we have the grit, we have what it takes to make a name for ourselves. And now Virtus Pro, a name you'll remember in MLBB esports history.
For the time being, at least, they can breathe a sigh of relief. What an intense game that was, even for us here at the caster's desk. Oh my goodness, what a hot commodity we get to witness.
You can add that to your what ifs in the realm of MLBB esports. What if Powerful were able to clear the way? What if he wiped everyone out? Would it have ended then and there? Would we be seeing Rare Atom take us to Game 5?
what would have a Game 5 looked like here? What could have been the adjustments that could have been done to secure this victory? We'll never get to know here. Wow, what a day this has been at the Wild Cards.
Congratulations to Virtus Pro. Eterna, we could have gone all the way.
We could have. Oh, I'm here. All right. Yeah. And it's crazy to think because coming into the wild cards, we were studying on Virtus Pro and they were supposed to come in with a different set of people.
That's right. Zarigo is this young man next to Coach Real Solo. That was their original jungler, but no. The Filipino import, the last minute addition, the Nightmare Andoryu. I say he's a perfect fit.
I mean, they've filled the roles here. As much as it feels a little bad, hey, I'm not going to be there, but at the very least, you get to witness the progress, to maybe feel secondhand fun, some may say, as they qualify for the group stage.
Oh, I'd like to think it's more than just that. I think he's an active part of Virtus Pro's success. He is signed in as their analyst. So I'd like to think that we can chalk up a lot of Andoryu and Virtus Pro success to Zarigoist acting as that analyst. Like, he knows how the rest of the team works. So there must have been some exchange between him and Andoryu leading up to this win.
And not to mention, at least they have somebody in the back just watching the games. I don't have to watch how my team moves, but I can watch every move my opponent makes. They get full vision at the very least.
And you know, when the time comes and when he is ready, you know that's going to be a banger of a match to see him finally debut on an international stage. But even without him in the main roster on the coaching staff, Virtus Pro, from day number one, we saw it. One of the only teams to be able to get it done 2-0 amongst everyone who had to go all the way in that best of three in the first day. So, surprise, surprise, big contenders, and they did it.
Eterna, Gideon, my only
I'm so
regret
proud.
is that I was not able to recognize the threat that was Virtus Pro. Again, I predicted maybe 2 or 3 other teams to make it to the group stage, but Virtus Pro made a believer out of me.
I'm in the same pack here. I'm in the same bucket. I thought maybe some of the other teams might have a chance because of their veterancy. But it's not about veterancy in the wild cards. It's about who is able to be a cut above the rest when they touch the land of dawn.
So depending on how things go in the group stages, we might be looking at a little bit of a Cinderella story here this year again.
To climb from all the way down into the wild card?
It hasn't been done
It
ever.
has never been done. Nobody has come even remotely close. Most teams don't even get out of the groups, especially when you're from wild cards.
I was about to say, how about we take it a step at a time and see if Virtus Pro can make it out of that. Again, it's a brand new format. It's akin to the Swiss, win 2, you make it. So already we know that they're comfortable there. That's exactly what they did in the wild card.
Yeah, I mean, let them enjoy their time now. They've basically put 40K in the bank straight for each one of their players.
It's now 50.
It's now 50?
They got their prize pool up from beyond the red, yes.
Oh, you're right.
They're now guaranteed at least top 16.
Top 16. Oh my goodness, I completely forgot about that.
And the full golden key.
Exactly.
Well, if they do lose, it's going to get crushed. I'm sorry. It's just...
But here's the thing,
have
that
it now.
amount of money for developing regions, that could go a very long way. And I think that's one of the beautiful things I love about EWC, right? They're giving opportunities over, they're giving resources over to perhaps one day looking at a MLBB international landscape that could be equal.
Yeah, but we're telling stories you could only hear and make on a stage like this.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of it all, right? I mean, I think a lot of players who have sacrificed a lot, this is the big payout, right? This is the accumulation of all the sacrifices and time that they've dedicated to this esports to make it to where they are today. And more importantly, convincing the people around them that this is a real job.
They're called professionals for a reason. And this now puts me in a place wherein, again, they just got their key, right? Would it be weird for me to say I'm looking forward to what the draw entails? Where do we find Virtus Pro?
That's going to be the big question, and that's how things are going to be set in stone coming into the group stage of MSC. And I do believe the group stage group draws will be held right after this with you guys.
In just a jiffy.
In just a jiffy. Are you guys nervous? Are you guys going to be the ones drawing out?
We made sure we've got a guy for that. Don't worry
Okay.
about it. We've got a referee.
We're not touching anything, but we are facilitating.
Facilitating, all right. Because you remember last year?
Remember the year before that?
I was about to say, remember the year before that. But luckily, they're not here right now.
Not
Not
yet.
yet. They
Not
should be
yet.
touching down very, very soon, though.
But not yet.
But not
We'll
yet.
take care of business.
But I think the seedings will be interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Because this time it's a lot more fair.
Yep.
I had a little bit of a quick skim through the rules.
Fair. I mean, sure, it's spread out.
It's relative.
It's relative.
Okay.
It really depends because again, it really boils down to how many lives do you think a team has? Are we going to see the full round robin? No, we're not even doing that. It's just play well, do good.
Okay, and with that, I'm excited to get into the group draw, which will be happening after this. So that marks the MSC wildcards. Virtus Pro will be moving forward, and the big question remains, which group will they be placed in? So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in to the past 4 days of the wildcards here for MSC at EWC 2025. My name is Eterna, and on behalf of Gideon, as well as Leo and Abstract, we do want to thank you. Stay tuned because the group draws are coming after this.
Welcome everybody. I'm very happy to officiate the group draw here at the Mid-Season Cup 2025 here at the International Tournament of a Lifetime, the Esports World Cup, live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
His name is Gideon, and my name is Leo, at your service. Joining us is this behemoth of a man, our tournament official, RJ, who will be officiating this group draw, acting as our anchor and foundation for tournament integrity and order in this glorious and some would say chaotic draw, because we never know what happens. This is, again, our encountering the unknown.
Every year, this group draw has shaken tons across the world, showing that maybe the tournament already has begun from this point onwards. Only the best teams now remain, and all we have to do is to draw them into our groups. Now, before we get into the draw, let us explain what is going to happen. Of course, with RJ to officiate and to look for these teams, we are going to be starting with the two jars in front of us, Seed 1 as well as Seed 2. But what's Seed 1 and Seed 2 all about, Leo?
16 teams divided into two seeds, the first being Seed 1, made up of established MLBB esports teams coming from the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, Myanmar, and the EECA, with Seed 2 coming from developing regions, those who are yet to make a huge name for themselves on the global stage.
Now, keep in mind, we are going to be starting with Seed 2 first, and the order will be Group A and then Group B, and then we will rinse and repeat until we are done with the jar. Keep in mind, there are two special clauses. Number one, to keep cultural diversity, two of the same region cannot be paired in the condition. We'll see when we get there. We'll let you guys know when it happens.
More than just RJ, we have a team of tournament officials watching and guiding us through this draw. So do make sure to keep us honest and let us know in the chat who you want to see end up in these groups, because again, this will dictate the first few matches that happen in the group stage of the Mid-Season Cup.
Okay, with that being said, I'm a little nervous for this. We've seen how many times the internet has gone wild with some of these group draws, really breaking the minds and also the format itself. But I think it is time that we begin the draw. Starting with Seed 2, we're going to be looking for our very first group. RJ, please, give it a little stir, make sure that everybody knows that this is done officially. And our very first team is about to be drawn.
For Group A,
and here we have it. For Group A, our very first team is Ultra Legends from MENA.
They went 5 games against the favored Team Falcons then, and I can almost remember like it was just yesterday, the glorious call on the English broadcast of MPL MENA. 5 randoms make history. At this point, they're no longer randoms, man. They are the first draw for the MSC group stage draw. They're going into Group A.
And I mean, we've come to realize that this team is looking to be a potential contender here, but now it is time for our second team. They will be drawn in towards Group B. RJ, you know what to do. Give it a bit of a stir here, please. We don't want the internet on our backs just yet.
Totally random. There's still a handful of teams left.
Plenty.
Again, fans from all over the world waiting with bated breath.
Here we go. He's cracked it open. It is going to be Team Flash representing Singapore going to Group B.
Last year, they went deep. Top 4 they finished. And again, the world did not expect them to beat even then their first matchup in the top 8. It was a very close match. They went all the way, and now they're going into Group B.
The only team knocking them out was the eventual champions last year, SRG. But with that being said, this already, sets a high bar for both sides of Group A and as well as Group B. But I think everybody's excited to know how this is going to start rounding out. Let us now draw another team from Seed 2. Now, this is where it starts to get a little nerve-wracking. We still have plenty of options. DFYG, Aurora Gaming, CFU, Corinthians, and as well as Area 77.
Not to mention the recently crowned wildcard winner, Virtus Pro. They're somewhere in there.
They're somewhere in there. Here we go. Let's crack this bad boy open. Oh, man. This could be anybody. And it looks to be all the way. CFU Gaming is going to be joining Group A.
Can I get a homoy mao for all the Kamai fans? They play a very specific brand of MLBB, possibly one of the most aggressive teams in all of MLBB esports. Hey, they put former MSC champions SRG at the brink of elimination in the last group stage of the M6 World Championships.
For a year and a half, this team has continued to grow and show that as an organization, they are a powerhouse in the MLBB space. That being said, though, we still need to draw some more teams. Let's see who else is going to be joining the likes of Group E alongside Team Flash.
I still can't believe how calm RJ is. Again, the tournament as it is stands in his hands.
In his fingers. And it looks like we have another team. DFYG will be joining the likes of Team Flash in Group B.
Yanfeng Yaoguai, arguably one of the first teams to make it out of the Chinese MLBB ecosystem, introducing their own brand of MLBB esports. They will be the second team in Group B. Some big names coming out of the squad. KLVJ. Even their coaching staff is prolific.
Yep, one of the Kages leading the way. Again, their name literally directly translates to monsters at the peak. We're going to see whether or not they can shake up Group B. With that being said, let's go for another draw here. We'll see, because now we're really starting to see these groups start to shape up and really tell us what the landscape is like for Group A and Group B.
All right, we're down to the last four, halfway through Seed 2. We got RJ.
Oh, we have our recent winners of the wildcards from EECA, Virtus Pro, joining Group A.
Some breakout stars out of EECA's arguably second best team. Even that, I'd like to argue. The Nightmare Andoryu, Bober. I'm a big fan of Bober.
How can you not be a big fan of this team with their performance in the wildcards, and not to mention the fact that Virtus Pro saw them as a shining beacon throughout the wildcards, and most of us counting them out.
I'll have to tell you now, I said it back then in the broadcast that elapsed just, 30 minutes ago. I'm a believer in Virtus Pro.
With that being said, 3 teams now remain. Let's have a bit of a shuffle here. Let's see. We still have a couple of options left and a couple of names which I'm worried about depending on which side they're going.
Still somewhere in there. The teams from Turkey, the teams from North America, and of course, Latam's finest. Who is this?
It looks like North America, Area 77 will be joining this group. Ooh, boy, this is starting to look a little interesting here. Now, most people are going to start thinking of C2 teams as like, they should be fodder, but there's a very good chance that upsets will occur with the current format that we have. Group B starting to look a little stacked.
Again, this is a squad made up of young individuals. Some of them have had experience in leagues such as MPL Philippines. So I don't doubt that Area 77 with a chip on their shoulders might go the distance.
Now, for our final 2 teams, let us make the draw here. There's only 2 potential options. A representatives coming in from Turkey or a representatives coming from Latam.
Group A will be finding...
Who's it going to be? It's Corinthian Esports representing Latam. This is going to be an interesting group, dude. I don't know. What are you feeling like right now? Group A, Group B?
They went all the way in their grand finals, and I'd like to see my boy Luis crawl out of the group stage and finally bring glory back to Latam.
Which only means that there is 1 team left to join the likes of Group B. Of course, I'm excited to see how Group A is going to pan out. Of course, I'm assuming that because Corinthians is part of Group A, that's going to be where you're leaning to, Leo.
I would love to agree with you, but no, the team that was remaining in C2 is another team that you must watch. I think we're going to draw this for formality, but we all know what's remaining. It's a superpower out of Turkey. Again, I think this is the strongest they've ever been. They took the remnants of 2 of the best teams out of Turkey and have formed a super team.
RJ, could you please, just for formality, let everybody know who's going to be joining to finish off Seed 2. Give it up for this team. A superpower, as Leo has mentioned, and representing Turkey this time round, it is going to be Aurora Gaming. Keep in mind, all of these squads, all of these organizations are still looking to get as many club points as possible here at the Esports World Cup.
Recently celebrating their birthday was their mid laner Rosa, and of course joining them now, finally completing the duo of roamer and gold laner is Sigiboom, the Turkish trigger man, joining his brother Apex 47. I'm definitely looking forward to how Aurora Gaming will be performing in the group stage.
Now, the moment that everybody has been waiting for. The teams, the champions of their own individual regions, powerhouses in their own right, and also their following runner-ups. RJ, could you please draw from Seed 1? Now, this is where I'm nervous, man. This could make or break a group almost straight away. This could determine the group of death or a free pass.
The first out of Seed 1 joining Group A is...
It's going to be a representative for the Philippines. Team Liquid will be joining Group A.
And the cavalry goes wild. They took the M6 World Championships champions all the way, the distance. They played 7 games in the Season 15 finals of MPL Philippines, and here they are now.
They will be facing up against Ultra Legends. We have it on screen for you guys. Keep in mind, we are following this exact order unless the regions collide. That being said, Ultra Legends have a tough challenger up ahead. I mean, the GOAT, the young GOAT is part of that squad.
The Filipino sniper. All of them actually all-stars.
I can't count them out. I really can't. One of my favorite organizations, one of my favorite teams as well in the MLBB space. But it's time to draw another squad from Seed 1, going over into Group B to meet up against Team Flash.
So already one Filipino representative on the board. Who could we be seeing now? An Indonesian, a Malaysian, a Burmese, or maybe the finest from ECA.
It is going to be a Malaysian representative. Homeboys will be going.
Last seen in the MPL MY Grand Finals. Gideon, how are you feeling about Homeboys dropping into Group B?
I think that this is necessary. I think this has been a rivalry for the ages here. And for the most part...
It's an old school rivalry!
It's an old school rivalry. They always got to start off hot. Look, I'm happy for the boys, of course, but this is not going to be easy. Group B is starting to look a little more interesting. However, it is just a runner-up. No worries about it. We still have plenty more teams to draw here. So, RJ, please shuffle it up. Give us something good here for Group A.
Because you got to beat that Group B opener, man. Group B has the MYSG rivalry starting off. What else does Group A have in store?
And it looks like I see the colors. It is an Indonesian representative joining Group A. It is Onyx Indonesia, better known as the Sky Kings.
They take to the skies and land in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, only to face off against Sharks amongst the desert. Their first matchup will be against the Kamai, CFU Gaming.
This is going to be interesting, right? This is really going to be a true test for CFU to see whether they have grown enough to overcome the overwhelming odds. Favored and also winners of previous MSCs, they've got international titles underneath their belt.
They're making a run for it here in the EWC, man. They're sending so many different teams across so many different tournaments, and this is but one of those marquee events that they would love to win. Again, it's been a while since we've seen Onyx Indonesia in the realm of MLBB soar and take the skies.
So that's 2 big names already in Group A. Who will be joining Group B as we do our next draw from Seed 1? What could it be possibly? We still have representatives from Malaysia and as well as the EECA alongside, wait, hold on. I'm seeing a little color there.
Is it the Burmese?
From EECA, who will be joining Group B, it is Team Spirit.
The ECA, through the years, for the better part of 24 months, have proven themselves to be amongst the best. Top 3 in M5, deep top 4 in M6, and now in MSC, they're going up against Jianfen Yao Guai in the opener.
Now, I mean, their brothers in Virtus.pro has already taken a big win against the region. And now we're going to see it one more time, this time with the very best from each side.
ECA and China rivalry brewing?
I don't know, dude, but it's looking good. Group B is already looking hella entertaining, but we now only have 4 teams left. 4 teams to determine how this group is going to play out. Big names already in Group A. Group B is shaping up to be, maybe just a little bit easier until we draw. Let's find out whether or not who is going to be joining the likes of Group A. We still have a couple more options here. I am looking out for 2 in particular.
One of the 2 might be what RJ opens up. Joining Group A is
Joining Group A, it is going to be the Selangor Red Giants OG Esports.
The defending champions of the mid-season cup. They went 7 games against the would-be champions in Falcons AP Bren, if not just for that momentous eve. The eve in the hands of few might have cost them everything, but that is how we got to know the Sky Prince, Sekais, and of course their team leader, Cram. They're facing off against
Virtus Pro.
From the wild card into facing the champions?
Look, that's just how the wild cards have always been so difficult on these teams. I don't know why. These group draws, that's why, have always been detrimental, so momentous, so important for the likelihood for these teams to make it all the way to the end. But with that said, that leaves us with 3 teams left. This time, they're going to go to Group B. Let's find out.
The climb of all climbs for Virtus Pro. What does Group B have to rival that? How can you make Group B even more entertaining? Because that's what they're going for.
I don't know. Group A is already looking so stacked, but hopefully one of these big teams will even out that score to maybe balance out the power levels and maybe bring out the hopes. It is going to be RRQ representatives from Indonesia.
There's a saying that goes, wherever RRQ plays is home ground. And I do not doubt that the Kingdom will be coming in droves here to support RRQ in their opening bout as they face off against Area 77 of North America.
Oh my goodness, we were talking about balancing the power, and it looks like it is coming true. Group B now escalates even more, but now we only have 2 teams left. Everybody's thinking about it. Where are they going to go?
By deduction, we know that it's Onyx Philippines and Mythic Seals in there. Who goes first? Who goes into Group A?
Group A is looking very dangerous right now. Good luck to either one of these teams. Let us make the draw. Oh man, I'm sweating here. My hands are getting really sticky.
I've been struggling to hold on to this mic. What more, RJ?
Here we go. He cracks the second last team to join Group A. And it looks to be Onyx PH has been drawn. Now, Onyx PH technically should be moved over to Group B because Team Liquid ID was selected for Group A. This does mean that Group B, it'll be really interesting because they're going to be facing off against Aurora Gaming in Group B itself.
So to preserve cultural diversity amongst the groups, they do find themselves now in Group B, confirmed. And they also avoid the double Onyx bracket.
Yup. This is a little, I'm not going to lie, a little unfortunate, but at the same time, this is just how the draw has to go. You just got to keep on winning to make it to the very end here. Not only for home country, but also for club points.
Group B, all the more made competitive. The grand finalists of both MPLID and MPLPH find themselves there.
This is crazy. I don't know. This draw is already, my knees are getting weak. Oh boy, we need to know our very last team. We already know by the odds. It does mean that Group A is looking extremely stacked. For the pleasantries, please RJ, crack it open.
Now for those of y'all wondering,
it is going to be Mythic Seals, representatives all the way from Myanmar, going into Group A.
Powerhouses representing the Burmese, the only other country to face the Philippines in the grand finals of the M Series alongside the Indonesians. They'll be opening up the group stage facing off against Corinthians Esports. So Myanmar versus Latam.
This is interesting. We're getting to see matches that we don't usually get to see at the very beginning at the least. Usually we're expecting them later down the line. This time round, right from the get-go.
What a treat. I do not know where to start. This just ensures that all of MSC's group stage is going to be a must-watch. And again, the fact that these teams each have 2 lives to make it to the knockouts means there could be the climb of all climbs. Besides just the wild card, besides just teams hoping to make it far, we might definitely make new stars.
New stars are going to be born here during the mid-season cup. This has been quite the draw. Obviously, not as chaotic as the previous years, but definitely one to remember. 2025 is going to be crazy here at the Esports World Cup. Leo, any final thoughts before we close out the show?
You're not going to miss it. Every single best of 3 here has been hand-drawn by the gods, by destiny themselves, through RJ, through us here on stage. We hope you enjoy the shows and the matches coming up.
Once again, we'd like to thank everybody for joining us here for the official group draw here for the mid-season cup of the 2025 Esports World Cup live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My name's Gideon, this is RJ, and of course Leo signing off. Good luck to all of our teams, and thank you for watching.
getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. News like Jagger, this come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grubber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Explain me real, that's a real bone capper. Pass don't matter, go strong, still pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real to the real, don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they ain't racking beef, got the phones out. Watch where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady.